Well, Happy New Year, everyone. Can't believe it's New Year's Eve. This has been a strange year. Hopefully a better year is coming. Um, this is Tessa. Welcome to my channel. Those of you who don't know me, I'm a long-time blogger. I've been blogging for 10 years now. I have 3 blogs full of stories. I write mainly short stories and poetry. This year I wrote a novel. It is almost completely finished, and I am doing the last pieces needed to send it to beta readers. I have a couple of people who have volunteered so far to be beta readers. So I do have, I think, 3 people so far. Always looking for more. Anyone interested, please send me either a direct message on Instagram to Tessa Writes Fulltime with your email address, or send me an email, which is in the description below. Just put in the blog that you want to be a beta reader and include your email address. And once it's ready to go, I will send you a copy to read, and there will be some questions. Not absolutely mandatory, but hopefully you will be willing to answer some of them, at least, to give me an idea of what you think. And if nothing else, just give me a short blurb of what you think, because this is my first novel and I didn't do a lot of research. I just wrote it. And I'm a pantser, so I don't outline. It's all came out of my head. Definitely out of my head. So, hi Jen. I just noticed you were here. I was still on the banner page. Then I saw, wait a minute, I have a comment. Better check it. Happy New Year's Eve. It's been a wild day. And I'm sitting here trying to put this planner back together. This happy planner I showed you the cover for the other day. Hi, Divided by Sight. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you so much. And you know, when it's all together, taking a few pages out is easy, but when you take it all apart and those rings are there and trying to put it back together, not as easy. Now that I got a few pages in it, it's working easier, but it became quite a project. And when I ordered the weekly pages, I thought it was just getting weekly pages. They actually created it with monthly pages as well. So it all flows together and I have to use them all. I can't take it apart. And of course, the pages that are in my original Happy Planner are really pretty and colorful and decorated. And now I have plain pages that I get to decorate myself. That wasn't in my plan. And I don't have dividers anymore because the setup didn't come with dividers. So I have to order dividers. Now I know why they were on the pages to be ordered, because I didn't know. I never bought this stuff before. Happy New Year to you too, Jen. And so I'm trying to put it back together with my new cover. And of course, I get to do more decorating because it's very plain. And I need to order divider pages so I can separate my months and find them when when it's time to change months. I wasn't thinking ahead and didn't know. Now I know. So next year, if I order them, I will know, and I will have, hopefully by then, I will have already gotten the dividers and won't have to deal with that next year. But we'll deal with next year. So today, busy day if you happen to be crazy enough like I was to go to the grocery store. I had to pick up my medications at the pharmacy, and the store was a madhouse, as you can imagine, with all the last minute people buying food for their parties tonight. Because COVID or not, people are having parties tonight. I am not. And I am here, hopefully with my friends online, Jen is here, and she's one of my best friends online that I've met this past year. We are streaming together tomorrow, New Year's Day. It'll be 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 5 p.m. Pacific Time. Yeah, Jen went too. So many people. Yes, totally crazy. But I had to get my medications. I was out. And so they came in, and I wasn't expecting them to come in. And so I was not planning on going on New Year's Eve. Believe me, that was not the plan. And then I take my neighbor, and he was supposed to do a little shopping because we're going Saturday to do our monthly shopping. And he's in there forever. It's like he comes out with a whole cart full of food. I said, what the heck did you do? We're coming on Saturday. And I told him, you better be coming with me Saturday because I count on him to do the heavy lifting. He promised me he'd be there Saturday, and then he went and he made me sit there waiting while he did a whole shopping. He says he's going with me. So all I can do is wait till Saturday and see what happens, because that's what I'm going to do. I didn't have my shopping cart with me, so I couldn't really do a lot of shopping. I did pick a few items up, but gee, that was bad enough. I wasn't doing a full shopping because the deli was packed, and I wanted to get a few deli foods, prepared foods. I didn't have to cook or anything. So I noticed that there are other people out. Charlie has people on his blog. So there are people out there tonight looking to stream. She got dinner. Jen says I got dinner for tonight and some hard cider for tomorrow. I'm not excited. I've heard the term hard cider. I don't know. Does that mean it has alcohol in it? Is that what hard cider means? I'm not really sure of the term. I don't drink hard cider, so I'm not really sure what that means. You're getting yourself prepared for that live stream, huh? Don't get too plastered. That's all I need. Apple cider with a kick. Okay. Well, try to be not plastered while we're streaming. At least in the beginning. I won't be drinking in the mall, so don't worry. That's not me at all. Yeah. Well, make it a lot more interesting if you are plastered, but I mean, I've seen several of these people who do streams when they're plastered, and they can be funny, but I won't be drinking, so. Oh, I'm glad you would never embarrass yourself that way. A lot of people do. Way too many people do. That's for sure. I spent yesterday, I don't know, I think we were on one stream together, and I was having the issues with that, all those chapters that were like 30 some pages, and I just put them as detective, and I know what to do with them, and so I started dividing them up last night, trying to break it down a little bit more so it's not 30 some pages. And I realized that some of the stuff I had in there needed POV characters, so I had to add a few POV characters in. Oh well. Yeah, tomorrow's to be productive as well as stream. Right, exactly. I had another offer today for someone to beta read. I was surprised. It was one of my bloggers who actually, because I put it on my blog, and one of my blog readers offered to beta read. I'm like, wow, cool. So I've got Megan. I've got this reader from my blog. I've got La Monique, who still wants the end of the story, but I changed the beginning some, so she's going to have to probably read the whole thing again. And then Charlie said I think he said I could send she said I could send the link. I still get that screwed up. This gender stuff gets confusing for me at times. My brain can't wrap itself around it. She offered to, take the link, but not guaranteeing that they would read it. So I have at least 4. Jan, I don't know if you want me to send you a copy or not. I can't remember what you told me. I know we discussed this, but my brain not working well. And I can always just send you a link anyhow and you can read it because your opinion matters to me. I know you said you're pretty busy, so reading time might be scarce, but you can read it at your leisure. So, okay, we're down to 1, so it's just you and me, Jen. I know Divided by Sight stops in and says something like Happy New Year or hi or something, but doesn't usually stay. I'm assuming, and I may be wrong because StreamYard, get that wrong every time, may be lying as to how many people are actually in here because they don't do a very good job. And maybe Divided by Sight is still here. I don't know. But currently it says I have 1 person. Jen says, sure, I can't promise I'll get to it right away. You know my like, yes, I do. And if you don't have time to read it right away, and if you don't have time to answer the questions, I just want you to read it. Because your opinion matters to me. And so, they did post my stream link on Charlie's stream. I don't know how long she plans to stream for. Didn't write that time. And so there may be some more people coming. But being a holiday, parties are starting now, and the later you get, the probably more parties there are. Jen says, I got on StreamYard to mess with banners last night, and it's so easy. Yeah. It took me a while to figure out how to put the big one on, though, and get the bottom one to also be there. That one was a little bit tricky. I did finally figured it out, and they just added a couple new pieces to the banner. Good thing is that I read fast, so I'll jam through it and get back to you. Well, you won't have to worry about the banners and stuff tomorrow because you'll just be co-hosting. But when you're doing your own, yes, you definitely do need to know how to do all that stuff. So you definitely want to know as much as possible before you do your first live. Or you can do like I did and stumble around. It's like, I don't know what the heck I'm doing. I still stumble around, and I've been doing it for a while now. I'm kooky. And it's like a terrible, terrible memory. I'm hoping that once I get my BiPAP machine and start using it, that my brain will start getting oxygen and start functioning better. That'll help, hopefully. So next Monday, not this Monday. Wait a minute. Monday the 4th, I get my machine. I guess it is this Monday. I am so confused. I just changed my calendar to read January 1st because for all intents and purposes, today is over. So I changed my calendar. So I'm hopefully on the right page, and I got people already filling up my days with all these appointments. You would think that people would be kind enough to help. They do. People are very helpful. I have asked for help and gotten answers that sometimes my brain wasn't able to follow, and had to fumble around with it still. But I finally got the large banner because I wanted the large banner where it just sat there, and then I wanted the scrolling one on the bottom, and I did finally get it set up. But it did take some time. It wasn't as easy. I asked Charlie, and she was trying to tell me, and I was having trouble getting that situated. But it happened. But people are very nice. If they can help you, they will help you, for the most part. I find Authortubers especially to be very helpful people, help in any way they can. And the fact that you can get the StreamYard that you get on there and mess with everything is good. Because if you decide to just stay free, then it doesn't matter. But if you go and decide to pay the monthly fee, you can put like my banner and everything. Is it called a banner? Overlay, whatever they call it. You can change that. But if it's free, you got that little duck thing up there telling everybody that it's free. And you get 20 hours. And 20 hours goes in no time. So I pay for it, and then I created my own, overlay to read what I wanted it to read. So, yeah. It's a little bit cheaper if you pay for the year, but I didn't have enough money to pay for the year, so I just do $20 a month. And I can stream, how long do I usually stream anywhere from 6 to 9 hours. It was 9 hours the other night. Jeez. They probably hate me. They pay $20 a month and I'm on there forever. I thought about putting a stream on last night. I thought, no, give yourself a break. You're going to be on 2 days in a row. You do not need to stream from last night. That's nuts. What, $20 a month? 20 hours goes really fast. Depends on how you do it. I mean, Laura Nettles does the free. So she has to watch her hours, and she can't stream very often. Most of us, my long streams. Oh, okay. I thought you meant the $20 a month. Yeah, I know. I'm nuts. I get told that every day by my aide. She says, I can't believe you're doing that. I said, I can't help it. As long as somebody wants to stream, I'm up with it. And today I got like a million things to do. So besides fixing the mess on my story, so I can get it to beta readers. And it's like, I'm confused. I have to get back in and figure out what I was doing. So, I'm almost done, I think, fixing it. I mean, I know it needs work. So I can either agonize over it, or I can send it to beta readers and let them read it and tell me what they think is wrong. Maybe I'm making a big thing out of nothing. I don't know. It's hard when it's your own work sometimes to be, if you've got a business going, yes, you could probably write it off because you just have to use it in your business somehow. So, make a few videos about ghostwriting, and hey, it's a business expense. It took you years to allow anyone to read yours. I had a hard time. I had a really hard time. I told you it took me 40-some years to get over that rejection. And then when I posted my very, very, very first story, this was 10 years ago when I started my very first blog. And I sat there. I created the blog post. I put my story on it. And I sat there forever. And I'm like, I can't do this. What if I put and publish, and everybody hates it, and they tell me they hate it, and then I'm going to go right back into that, shell, and not let anybody read anything ever again. But that didn't happen. People liked what I wrote. People subscribed to my blog. I have lots of people following my blogs now, looking for new stuff. And I'm like, okay. So all that anguish for nothing. You wanted to die at the thought and still do sometimes. Well, I guess with the ghostwriting, you can just say, oh, such and such wrote it, and it doesn't reflect on you because nobody knew you wrote it. But if you put your own name on it, then there's a whole different story. So yeah, I know the feeling. Right now, I was a little concerned sending that to La Monique. But she had read while we were alone that night, a huge portion of the story. So she already knew it. And I picked the best part, what I thought was the best part, and that would catch her attention. And she's got, like, you got to send that to me. So that's what we did one night. It was really late. No one else was here but her and I. And so I read it. And people tell me that when I read, I put so much of myself into the story. It's so much different than just reading a piece of black and white paper with a story on it. When I read it, I'm putting myself into it, and because I belong to a real life group, and that's what they told me, that you put so much into yourself that it's a whole different story than what's in that black and white piece of paper. So that's why I'm going to read it out loud and hope that doesn't backfire on me. Let's see. Jen says, I don't care about the ghostwriting. I never know titles or author names, can never find them on Amazon. Oh, wow. So you have no idea which of those books are yours? That kind of sucks. I'd want to know if my book was out there. I guess you could start reading a bunch of romance and see if you find something that sounds familiar. Oh, gosh. I don't know much about the ghostwriting. I just assumed you would know who you were writing for. But you say you don't know the author's names. Okay. Wow. See, I don't know nothing about ghostwriting. I guess it's a desert. Excuse me. I'm yawning. Like, oh, I got to take a pain pill. I missed my one earlier, and I'm going to be hurting here soon. Jen says, I would love to find reviews and feel like I found them occasionally, but it has been a while. Yeah, you should be allowed to know. You should be allowed to know. You wrote it. But I guess they don't want people taking the chance and saying, hey, I wrote that story. So you don't even know who you're writing for. I guess an agency takes care of it. I don't know. I don't know where you get your stuff from. Obviously not directly from the authors. Jen said, trust me, I knew nothing about it 6 years ago either. I thought I'd go into editing or content writing. I know a few other people. Oh, great. Now I'm going to start yawning like an idiot. That do ghostwriting. They write about their experience online in videos. I've read a few of them. And obviously, a lot of them like to keep that secret. They don't like everybody knowing that they do it. So I guess it's a matter of, your individual preferences, whether you want people to know that you do that or not. There was one book that I probably wrote half of, and I have that on my Kindle, but I forgot the name of it. Oh, well, half of? Means somebody else wrote the other half? And they added more to it. Interesting. But I will keep ghostwriting in my mind if I ever find myself in a position that I suddenly don't have an income. Because if the government has their way, they're trying to take away our income. Jen says that, oh my gosh, this is terrible. I got to get up and move around. I have to go get my pill anyhow, so maybe that'll wake me up. I took it over and deleted this, added that, etc. Okay, so it was somebody else's work, and you fixed it. Fairy. It was a fairy tale kind of story. Pretty good. Interesting. Very interesting. I've written short stories and stuff on those kind of things. But I'm not, oh gosh, I'm not really into writing those kind of things. But I have written a lot of short stories on many different types of genres that I wouldn't normally write in. Because it was just a short story. It wasn't that big a deal. Charlie's going to send me a bunch of thriller books that they're not using since they said they don't care for they don't mind reading them occasionally, but they're never going to write them. So they're going to send them to me. I said, great, because I'm kind of enjoying the thrillers. So maybe I'll write. I want to have a second one in the brain percolating there still. I think several authors wrote the same story in their own version, and it was published in bulk. Interesting. Give me a second. I have got to go take a pain pill, or I'm going to be really, really hurting soon. I will be right back. Yeah, I haven't had one since 11 o'clock this morning. So that explains it, since I take them every 6 hours. 11, I should have taken it at 5. It's 3 hours late. Yep, that explains it. Okay. Are you ready to write? I gotta finish putting my my planner back together. Now that I got more pages on it, the rings are standing up. It's a lot easier to put them on. But those first few, I didn't know how I was going to get them on. But if you're ready to write, I gotta put that back together first. Yeah, 30. Nobody else is here, so you and I, let's do 30. Yes, first sprint. I had ordered password tracker pages from somebody. So I've got those. They're nicely made. Like making these myself, I just bought a couple things where I could do them myself. But when I print them out, I have to cut them down to size. I have to punch holes in them. I have a punch, but I have to, the paper is really thin, and my printer, of course, won't do cardstock, so anything too heavy and it revolts. It says, no, I'm not printing that. You can't make me print that. It's true. Okay, looks like a little Christmas tree. And let's see. Oops, share screen. Always forget that. Keeps telling me you would do better if you had two screens. Well, yeah. I do have an extra screen that doesn't work very well sitting next to me and seeing the picture. However, it's not a great screen, and I don't know how to hook the two up anyhow. So let's see. Share. Set it for 30 minutes. Okay, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okie dokie. Okay. You can go ahead and start it. You and I are the only ones here. Nobody else to wait for. Okay. Now I'm going to get back to putting this planner back together, and I have to, when I have to order those pages, maybe I should see if the person that I got these from, check her page out and see if I can order. If I can order. The pages are good quality, so I would assume if she has dividers, they would be good quality as well. So, let's see. Natalie, I spelled that wrong. Rebecca. I'm talking to myself again. I'm going to have to mute myself again, obviously, since I'm going to be talking to myself again. Let me mute myself since I seem to be running in my mouth. Hi, Mr. P. Nice to see you. Happy New Year. I was just buying more items for my happy planner because when I bought the new cover, I put that in Charlie's thing. I bought the new cover, and when I went to open up the packaging for the vertical weekly planning pages, I found out that it was printed also using a monthly calendar, and they were on the backs. It wasn't like I could take them apart and just take out the monthly thing and use the monthly planner that was in my other planner. So I had to go buy dividers so I could put them in there to divide it up monthly. And then, of course, I decided to buy their dotted pages because the dots on this um, bullet journal that I purchased are so light I can't read them. According to this, they're darker, and I hope they're darker because I can't see the ones on the page book that I bought. It's impossible to see them. Very impossible to see them. So I found this company, and I even got $5 off my order and free shipping because I paid $35 for everything. So I'm gonna see. Now I'm busy trying to put my planner back together. And once you start taking things off those rings, they become very unwieldy. And then I had to put things back on the rings, and that was difficult. Now that I've got a little bit on there, it's a lot easier to put back on. I want candy. I want candy so bad. I do not have candy. I was at the grocery store and I did not buy candy. I should have bought candy because I really want candy. So I guess I'll have to stick with chocolate milk. It's as close as I got to candy. It's chocolate. Chocolate milk. I will be back. I got 10 minutes. I guess I can make my chocolate milk in 10 minutes. I can't believe I did not buy something to snack on. I got popcorn. Still had some popcorn. Can never have too much planner stuff. I use scrapbooking paper to make my dividers more festive. Well, that's it. I'm going to have to decorate the dividers. Now I have plain monthly pages, so I'm going to have to decorate my monthly pages. And then my weekly pages, I'm going to have to decorate. I got all kinds of stuff because I was planning to get into this arts and crafts stuff, and I got all kinds of stuff. I have tons of washi tape. I can use washi tape. I can even stick flowers on there. I mean, I have flowers. I have borders I can put along the bottom if I want to decorate the pages. I got all kinds of crap because I was getting carried away. I have stock paper. I can't print it, but I do have stock paper. It's too heavy, too thick to go through my printer. So I get to decorate all of that stuff. And then I have all these pages from the old planner that I don't know what I'm going to do for. I mean, they're decorated for this, year. And I can't use the dividers for the month because, of course, they're stuck on half the monthly page. So I have to get plain ones and put in there to use my weekly pages. So they're numbered. The pages are numbered. I can't do nothing about them. And they put the month in there. And I didn't know that was going to happen. That was a surprise. You get your washi at Hobby Lobby. They usually have a huge sale on them when they're getting the new designs in. I have quite a bit of my own washi, but if I go into a Hobby Lobby, there's one near here. If I go into the Hobby Lobby, there's also Walmart that carries a lot of that stuff as well. I will just totally go berserk. It's like stationery supplies. I cannot control myself, which is why I bought this bullet journal. It was a big bag, and it came with a bullet journal. It came with stencils. It came with marking pens. It came with sticky notes. And it came, what else did it come with? I forget what else. It was a huge bag full of stuff, and a bag to boot. And it's not bad. Now, I have not physically been into a Hobby Lobby. I did a huge order online and bought a bunch of stuff at Hobby Lobby online. I've not been in the store. So there was a little bit more control. But if I'm walking through that store, I can just see me buying all this stuff. Jan says, I love stationery supplies, but I don't plan ahead for anything. I need to resist the urge to buy anything. I cannot resist the urge. I know Mr. P knows exactly what I'm talking about. And Jen probably does too. I don't know what is it about us writers and the stationery supplies. I mean, really, honest to God, I'm buying all kinds of stuff. Lord. And I lost one of my nice marking pens that I just got. And it went under my computer desk. And it is lost under there. I can't find it. And it went under without the cap. So it'll probably dry out anyhow. I have an obsession with pens myself. Oh my goodness. And I bought this. I don't even know how I'm going to do this. I bought this. All right, get it over there. It's a stencil for the year. So you can draw the months. Do you see how small they are? I don't know how I'm supposed to put the numbers in these tiny little months. I gotta go get some. My blood sugar's dropping. I'll be right back. And if the thing goes off, I'm sorry. I'll be back. Was my sugar low? Super, super low. Oh. Okay. Sounds like we all have the same obsessions. Pens, stationery, notebooks. Oh gosh. They're such. And now I just bought these things for my happy planner, and I can do my bullet journaling in my happy planner because I bought dotted pages for the happy planner. So I can go and do my bullet journal. Where's my timer? There it is, because it's going to go off. I love all kinds of stationery stuff. I love all kinds of arts and crafts, and I buy it and then I don't do it, of course. So I said, I have a ton of stuff I can decorate with. Okay. Well, I think I know what we did during this one. We spent time talking. That's what we did. Let's see. Jen says, I also love a good back to school sale and all the notebooks, but I never write in them. It's so stupid. It must be a writer thing because everybody says the same thing. Mr. P says, I love Hobby Lobby. Until about 3 years ago, my area didn't have a craft store. We got whatever Walmart had. Walmart has a lot of stuff, though. Not even a Michael's. Michael's went out of business in my area. I don't know about your area, but we don't have Michael's anymore. We have Hobby Lobby, and we lost our AC Moore. So we lost that. We lost Michael's. I have a Joann's, I think. It's not close to me, but I have a Joann's, a Hobby Lobby. I don't know if there's anything else or not. And Walmart, whatever Walmart has. My kid doesn't appreciate Hobby Lobby's beliefs, so we've been going to Michael's. But I feel like I can actually be crafty at those stores. I don't know what Hobby Lobby's beliefs are, so I really don't have a problem with Hobby Lobby. Jen says, I'm not apart from maybe making jewelry. I spent thousands of dollars on jewelry making stuff and decided I hated it. Couldn't even return half of it. I was stuck trying to sell it online. I got some of it, but I really lost money on that. My friend bought $100 worth of it for her daughter who did jewelry making. But for the most part, I lost money on that deal. Mr. P says, no, Michael's not even a local store. And we don't have Michael's anymore. They closed down. Jen says, I got a beautiful journal for Christmas a few years ago and didn't crack that open until this year. Mr. P Bell's back to school sales. Yeah. I got to stay away. We have Joann's here and Michael's. We have Joann's and we have Hobby Lobby. And Walmart. I don't know if there's anything else or not. The owners here are homophobic. Maybe it's just locally. I don't know. I didn't go into the Hobby Lobby. I only ordered online, so I really don't know. Those little composition notebooks, they come in different colors. I love them. The little ones or the regular size? You mean, because I know I've seen them, the little tiny ones in different colors, but the regular size composition notebooks. Oh, that tastes so good. I found ShopRite, my local store, has their own brand lactose-free milk, so I bought a gallon, half gallon. What am I saying? A gallon, a half gallon. And that's what I'm drinking now with chocolate milk. I don't like white milk, but I love chocolate milk. Got to get my blood sugar back up. It dropped really low. I knew it was coming. Something didn't feel right. Sometimes I screw up when I'm giving myself insulin. I have heard that they don't allow their employees to get birth control on the health insurance as well. Well, that's, yeah, I don't know anything about their politics. And I haven't been in the actual store either. Like I said, I ordered all my stuff online. That actually tastes good. I don't care if it's lactose free or not. It tastes good. Sorry I'm eating. But if I don't get my blood sugar up, I'm going to be in big trouble. I was going to save this for tomorrow, but I'm eating it now. And I need carbs. The only company I know of around here is Chick-fil-A. There's a real issue with them. You have Chick-fil-A there too? I'm sitting here eating potato salad because there are carbs in potato salad. And I need to get these carbs in me as quick as possible. My kids like the Chick-fil-A. We have one around us. They obviously go there a lot. I don't go there that often. There was a big problem there when it first came out. It was a big problem. People were boycotting them and everything. I guess they all kind of forgot about it lately. No, we don't have Krispy Kreme. Um, we don't have Krispy Kreme. I don't know. We have what's called Dunkin' Donuts around here. I don't know if Krispy Kreme is better than Dunkin' Donuts or not, because I haven't been able to compare them. You're eating dinner in about an hour. That's good. I ate earlier. I obviously gave myself too much insulin. Now I have to eat some more. You do have a Dunkin' now, okay? Yeah, well, they make great donuts. I worked for Dunkin' Donuts 33 years ago. 33 years ago, I was pregnant with my son, and I worked for them. And they had a uniform. I mean, they're owned by foreigners now, but they were owned by regular white Americans. Foreigners hadn't gotten there when I was working there. And I had to make a uniform to fit because I was pregnant and they, of course, don't have maternity outfits. And I was expected to wear the uniform. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? So somebody I had talked into working there quit, and they had to order her a very large. She wanted the pants and tops. She didn't want to. I wore a dress. I wore this dress myself personally, and so when she turned her uniform in, they gave me the top and said, "Look, see if you can do something with this to make it a maternity top, and then just wear beige maternity pants because you gotta be in uniform." So I had to create my own uniform out of that piece, that top they gave me. Turned out really well. I was really concerned that that was going to be a problem, but it turned out really well. And I made a uniform. I worked for Dunkin' Donuts when I was pregnant 33 years ago. Oops. Here, when something like that shows up, people go bananas. We got a Dunkin' here. Oh, we got that one. All right. Mr. P says we only have Chick-fil-A on a local college campus. Jen says we also have the Dutch Brothers here that started in the Pacific Northwest, and that line is crazy, but they're really good. Have not heard of that one. Mr. P, you don't have Krispy Kreme or Dunkin' Donuts? Oh, that sucks. I like Boston cream donuts, but you know what? I love the white cream better. I love, especially, and they make it either white powdered or chocolate covered. And I love the chocolate covered white cream, but the powdered white cream is good too. Mr. P's in Eastern Kentucky. Small town. That's a coffee place. What, Dutch Brothers or whatever you call it? Yeah, small town. People are super friendly. You feel great when you hit the road. That's cool. Kind of like the idea of the small town. I live in the capital of California. Wow. I live in a kind of small town, but it's small town, but not. I like the small town that you read about in the stories. I just fall in love with those stories where they're small towns and That's the kind of small town I want to live in. I live in a small town, but it's not as small as it could be. My blood sugar's coming back up. That's good. Jen says if I was 20, I'd work there. Dunkin' Donuts, of course, is a coffee shop, along with the donuts. And I worked there for 2 years. We had our regulars, and when they came in, of course, then they had counter service. They don't now, but when I worked there, they did. And they'd come in and sit down, and you walk over, when you know what they wanted, and put it down in front of them, and you had your regulars, and it was nice. Don't like that anymore. All right. I feel better now. I might get some more milk later, but for now, I feel better. Thank God. I didn't ask you if you got anything done because I know we started talking again about all this stuff about stationery stuff and whatnot. So I didn't ask you if you got anything done. But I would mom every single one of those kids. That's funny. I visit Lexington often. I would rather live there. I would much rather live there. Lexington. Jen says we have a donut place here that I maybe 6 times a year. Family owned. I went in last week in sunglasses and a mask, and she recognized me. She's so nice. Okay. 4:10 in the 20 minutes I worked. Cool. Good job. So I know I didn't get anything done. I was too busy between the blood sugar and the yapping. John says I'm really good at acting like a mother hen. LOL. Oh man, that milk's good. I'm not usually a drink. I like the chocolate milk, and I don't drink it that often. But I got a craving for milk, and I got the lactose free still. Even though I had that milkshake at McDonald's the other day and it didn't bother me, I don't know how much of that was actually lactose or if it had lactose because McDonald's, who knows what they put in those milkshakes. So I went ahead and bought lactose-free milk. Anyhow, it was the same price as the regular milk, so I just went and got the lactose-free milk. So I'll probably pick more of that up on Saturday. Because I'm going through this chocolate milk thing. Oh, heavens. Okay, well, I got exactly nothing done productive-wise, except I spent $35. I ordered all that stuff for my plan. See, Mr. P, I went to that website and I ended up ordering this stuff for my planner, which ended up costing me $30-some. Plus, she gave me a $5 coupon. And she gave me, I can't use it at the same time, I'm pretty sure. I got a 10% off for the next order. If I order something from her, a 10% off coupon. But they're nicely made product. It's not made by Happy Planner. They're nicely made. I really like them. The paper is heavy. It's not thin, and you know, like I was printing stuff out from. I ordered a couple of digitals that I can print myself, and then when I get them, I have to cut them. I have to punch them, and the paper is so thin. I'm like, I'd rather buy something, but if I want to make my own stuff, I would have to, you know, make it myself. If I wanted it to be what I wanted it to be, then I would have to cut it out and punch it and all that stuff. If I can find something customizable, I have whiteout, I have stickers, I have washi tape, I can do all that stuff. You could do a lot of stuff with that. Jen says she loves chocolate milk. Yeah, I'm super craving it right now. And that glass I had was like, I want another cup of it. And that's a good size. I don't know what size that is. 12 ounces or more. It's a big cup. Best time to go to the Happy Planner website to buy is when they do their back to school sale. It's amazing. I think that's when I probably got my first one, and because I got it was everything was on sale. They were having some kind of clearance sale, and I went in there and I started looking, and I found this planner that was 1.5 years. So I had all the last half of last year and all this year, and I was showing you the rings are all brightly covered. They're all, if I can get it up there, all brightly colored. They're not one kind. And then, of course, I showed you the cover. That's the cover. So I'm switching over to that. And then I got these, I ordered the monthly. Well, I ordered weekly and vertical weekly, but I ended up with the monthly. I didn't know that was coming with it. Happy Planner is a website. Yeah, I bought a bunch of stuff. I bought a bunch of stickers, pads, and everything. When I went looking for, I went to Amazon, and I think I put in Happy Planner Classic Weekly Vertical, but it wasn't the Happy Planner site. It was somebody who made stuff for the Happy Planner, and I'm actually happy with her stuff. Her name is Natalie Rebecca Design.com, and it's nicely, it's like cardboard. Basically, it's cardboard and really thick paper. It's nicely made. I'm not sure who I bought the password tracker from. I got a password tracker from somebody, from Etsy. I went on Etsy and got a password tracker from somebody that I'm going to put that in the back of my planner. And it's nice too. Like if you buy it and you buy the digital and you print it yourself, it's a lot of hassle, and it's not obviously going to be really good quality unless you have the means to print on good quality paper or something. You still have to cut them out. They're not the right size. So actually, I like buying these that are already the right size and they're already punched and everything. And they're nicely made. They're solid. So I liked her stuff. So I just ordered another 30-some dollars worth of it. So I could get dividers and the dot pages. So I can have a bullet journal in my planner instead of having this other bullet journal, which I'll use to practice on because I'm lousy. And hopefully her dots are darker, like she said. I'll be able hopefully to see the dots because this one I have, the dots, you can't see them. I mean, what a mess. But yeah, Happy Planner. I got my original planner is a Happy Planner Classic. And it came with those crazy colored discs. Which is a little weird on the pretty pink cover I have, but unless I'm going to buy new rings and then have to go through this again, changing it over, which I don't think I want to do again. I kind of have now, except for another set of rings, I have two Happy Planners. Excuse me. But I didn't like the stuff that was in the Happy Planner I got. It wasn't what I wanted. So by buying from these other people, I can buy just what I want to buy. And, you know, they, you know, customize things sometimes and they create different types of pages. The Happy Planner doesn't have. Mr. P says, and just like that, I'm checking out the Happy Planner sale. Oh boy, I started something, didn't I? Oh my goodness. I really wanted one thing. I didn't really want two books. So this way, if I can get those, you know, dotted pages and put them in my planner, then I can have the bullet journal in my planner and it's just one book. Everything's in one spot. And I'm kind of liking that idea. And having all that, you know, I bought a bunch of whiteout. So, because I see all these designers designing stuff and they white it out and then they use the washi tape and stickers and different stuff like that. So it doesn't, you know, the lines and stuff don't show through from the back. So. Jen says, I am not going near Happy Planner. Oh, gosh. If you have the same obsession we have, yeah, you're better off not going there. I sat there for hours just going page through page because they were having a big clearance sale and I was, oh, wow, yeah. And then Staples, I had a $5 coupon. So I said, I wonder. And I put in there Happy Planner stickers. And lo and behold, Staples has Happy Planner stickers. So I took my $5 and put it toward a booklet of stickers. Yeah, I have the disc punch too, and I haven't used it yet. I was printing out some stuff that I had ordered digitals of, but like I said, it's printed on very thin paper, and I would have to cut it out and punch it, and I'm not sure. Yeah, he streamed. Did you change your name to author B.A. Pascal, or are you still under official Mr. P? I haven't looked lately to see what it says. I would assume you've changed your name. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, stream. I'm thinking of videos. You make videos. You did change the name. Okay. So I have to make sure I don't look for the official Mr. P because I'm not going to find it. Okay. Yeah, I changed my name too when I decided to go with the pen name. I changed my whole name. And it was real easy. I just changed it in Google and it changed it in YouTube. Yeah, you've seen him around. But he used to be the official Mr. P. Now he's much more official because he's author. BA Passport. That's much better than the official Mr. P. Yeah, he's rebranded. And he's funny because he puts something in YouTube and I mean in Instagram and he'll word it. So it's like, oh my God, you think something terrible's, yeah, he's been here before. You think something terrible's happening and then he says something really off the wall. I'm like, I can't believe I fell for that again. He knows how to market things to get people's attention. And yeah, everybody comes. I was thinking, I forgot you don't do streams. You do videos, not streams. I guess we need to get back to work because I'm sitting here with all this stuff half done. Oh my gosh. So it's time for our second sprint. We've only done one. We've been going for an hour and a half and we've done exactly one sprint. What does that tell you? We've been running our mouths way too much. So we need another sprint. Or I'm never going to get this stuff done. Ever. BA says I will probably do streaming in June and July after the school year closes. Good idea. And June and July is preparation for NaNoWriMo July camp. So it's a good time to stream. Get a lot of people looking for streams at that point. If you're going to do, of course, sprinting. I mean, I don't know what you're going to stream about. I mean, some people don't do sprints. They do all kinds of stuff, different things. Jen says we're going to be useless tonight. That's a high possibility. We're starting out that way, aren't we? And Jen is going to subscribe to his channel. So you got another subscriber, BA. There you go. We can always do it next year. Yeah, well, next year, Jen and I are streaming together. So tomorrow night, which is what? Friday. Tomorrow night. Yeah, tomorrow night, Jen and I are streaming together. So if you come to the stream at 8 p.m. Eastern time, she's in the Pacific, so it's 5 p.m. her time. 8 p.m. Eastern time, you will see Jen and I streaming together for our first time, and it will be Jen's first stream. So she's excited to get started. And so she will be my guest tomorrow. And we'll see how that goes. That's funny. I'm sure we'll do fine tomorrow. We may not have any people. I've been trying to tell as many people as possible to hopefully get somebody there, because I hate to have nobody show up. But it is, yeah, I mean, everything's pretty much done by 8 o'clock on New Year's Day. I'm sure there'll probably be some people out there looking for something. And you got another subscriber out of it too. Look at that, Mr. P. You're always going to be Mr. P to me. I'm trying, but I still don't think of you as Mr. P. Yeah, Charlie had like 10 people at his earlier, but as the night goes on and the parties start, it's probably going to be a lot slower. I'm not partying, so I will be here. But yeah, probably won't be too many people out looking. They'll probably be partying at home, even if they're just partying with their family at home. But I don't have anybody here, so I don't feel like partying with myself. So I'm sure it's going to be slow tonight. But I have things to do, so I need to get moving. Because if I get buried under any more paper, I'll lose something important, and then I'm going to have a problem. And I've done that before. Lost things. This is where I'll be, not partying. Yeah, this is where I'll be too, not partying. We'll be partying together. Writing. That's our partying. So, if you want to start another, oh, you already beat me to it. Oh, girl, you're good. You're good. Get back into the tree app here. All right. This is the best kind of partying to me. Yeah, me too. Hi, Shadow Slayer. Happy New Year. Happy New Year's Eve. Well, nice of you to join us. We're getting ready to start another sprint. She just put in a code if you do the forest app. I'm trying to get it in. It's taken me forever to. Oh, that's not it. It's going to disappear on me before I get it in if I don't hurry up. All right, what did I do wrong? Put something. Oh, shoot, it's in the beginning, so I have to erase the whole thing. Start over. Okay. All right. Thank you to Shadows Lair. Thank you very much. Jen, you got a new subscriber. Cool. She's thinking about starting streaming. This is her first. Tomorrow will be her first stream, and then she's thinking about doing streams herself. And then you can start building up your, you'll have to start making videos too. Every now and then make a video. All right, so we are doing a 30-minute sprint. It's the second one. We've been fooling around into the shadows lair. We've been fooling around, playing around. Now we're going to write. So I'm going to start the 30-minute sprint in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Here we go. Okay, the shadows there. I found the forest app. I've been following these streams and hear it mentioned. Yes, a lot of people do it. You can join the room. If you have the app already on there, just type that code in there. She hasn't started it yet, so you still have time to type it in. It's becoming more common. People are popping in now. They actually pop in and they say, are you doing the forest app? And if you say no, they pop right back out. Like that's what they're looking for, somebody doing the forest app. If you say no, boy, they're gone. I do it productively while I'm sleeping. I get at least 180 minutes every night, sometimes twice. If I get up in the middle of the night, I'll start it again. I've got almost 2,000 again to buy more trees with, so I'll be able to buy more soon. All right, time to shut my mouth and do something. I'm going to put my mute on so you don't hear me talking to myself, since that seems to be my new thing. I will see you in 28 minutes. Hey, Isaac. Nice to see you. Happy New Year to you. Sorry you can't stay. Hopefully you'll come back after the New Year. Tomorrow night, Jen and I, the other girl you see there, Jen, will be streaming live together. And that's at 8 o'clock Eastern time, which is like in the middle of the night for you. I know you were over in England somewhere. Um, but yeah, we'll be streaming tomorrow night, 8 o'clock Eastern time. Shadows there said took me a minute to get the app set up. I want to get ready and try to get the code on the next sprint. Okay. Yeah, we'll let you join once she started it, but you can join the next one. So have a great night, Isaac. Thank you for stopping by. Hopefully next time you'll be able to write with us. And if you're still here, one of my friends is actually naming his character, naming her character Isaac. So your name is being used as a character in a book. And then you were talking about Isaac not being very common, but it is. It is common. So hopefully we'll see you around, and I hope you have a wonderful New Year. And now I have to mute myself again because I talk to myself. Everybody hears me talking to myself. So I have to mute myself. So bye. Hi, Laura. I didn't see you come in. I'm busy working in my planner. And I'm setting it up to have it as a bullet journal as well. Because I found somebody who makes those dotted pages for bullet journals so that I can add to my planner so I can have one book and not two books. I just have this other book that I can practice in because the dots, I can barely see them. According to this person, she makes darker dots, so you can, hopefully I'll be able to see them. But I need to practice in my bullet journal that I got because I am terrible. I'm messy, trying to write neatly. So, Happy New Year to you. Did I make it to yours last night? Was it last night? Yeah, it was last night. I think I made it to yours. Oh, I was late. That's right. I came in at the end because I was with Charlie. That's right. We all came in at the end. I got something done. I was having problems with that issue with the chapters, and now there's still an issue because they're all somehow the page numbers are off, and I'm changing them all, and I'm thinking, what if they're off up front, and I'm changing all these into something I fix and changes all of them? Crazy. I'm running my mouth again. So I hope you stay around and join us. Oh yeah, the document kept. Oh man, yeah. I think it might have been Monday. It kept kicking me out every time I tried. Every single time I tried, it would kick me out. I open it up and I click on the document and it would kick me out. Yeah, that was driving me crazy. I think that was Monday. Because yesterday we got there late because of Charlie's stream. And I was working on the chapters then. I've got a couple beta readers lined up. I didn't know if you were interested or not. If you are, just direct message me or email, and once I'm ready, I'll send you a Google Doc. I've got a couple people. Of course, Megan's dying to read it. She's been talking about it for a long time. She's like, you better have me on that list. I'm like, you're on the list. Relax. But if you want to, just let me know. I'll send you a copy too. I mean, the chapter things, I got them written, and they don't have like fancy names. It's just chapter 1, and then it says Scott 9:00 a.m. Monday. Like, that's because it's point of view. The only way I could think of doing it was putting the name of the person and the time and date. And where I got screwed up was with 30-some pages where the detectives were questioning, but then part of it was point of view and part of it was not, and that's where I got myself all screwed up. So that's what I'm working on now. Once I get that settled, I'll be ready to send it out. If I keep reading it, I'm just going to drive myself crazy. So I might as well let other people read it and let them tell me what they think. Drive myself nuts. So I had to take apart a happy planner. I did not realize how hard that would be with those rings, because they're easy to take papers in and out, but that's just if you just want to do a few. When you take the whole thing apart and you got all these rings, trying to put them back all together, that was not fun. Definitely not fun. But I bought a brand new cover with my name on it. And a really pretty font, and a really pretty cover. And it's really nice. I like it. And it has my name on it. It's neat. I'm trying to learn how to use a planner. I'm not a planner person, but I'm trying to be a planner person. I'm not great with bullet journals, obviously, judging by what mess I made of this one. Thank God it wasn't an expensive book that I bought. I mean, it was just a kit. It came with the book in it and had all kinds of stuff in it. It's a good thing. Nice carry case and everything, because what a mess I made. I'm not very neatly. My writing is pathetic if I don't take my time with it. I might as well stop where I'm at, because timer's going to run out on me again. I didn't see that. Mr. P finished his bullet journal. Stayed up to 2:30 a.m. to finish it. Oh, mine's not finished. Mine is a mess. A hot mess. It's a scribbled mess. I have no clue what I'm doing. And I bought this stupid little I spent money to buy this little stencil. It has all the little months on it. Oh, I'm always backwards. Has the months on it. And then she actually shows how she puts in all the little numbers for the months. And I'm like, looking at these little tiny things, I'm thinking, what am I going to put? No, I can't put numbers in that. Jen says, totally at Larna Nettles, we stumbled across Kiki's. When my girl was really small, and it grew from there. HBO Max is everything by them on the app. I must have missed something. Oh, I did miss a lot. All right. Laura was setting up my bullet journal for 2021 in January. Going with the studio Ghibli, whatever, theme for January. Been drawing such sprites and star candies. That must be what Jen's talking about, but I have no clue. Sorry. Obviously something I missed out on. Okay. Now I've run my mouth again. Did anybody get anything done? I did get my happy planner back together and started filling out January. It needs to be completely decorated because the stuff I ordered is not decorated. It's completely just plain black and white. When I ordered it, I thought I was ordering just weekly pages and I would just slide them in after the month on my old what do you call it? Happy planner. But then I found out after I opened them that it included monthly and it's in the pages. I can't take them apart. It's not like separate. It's just, you know, back to front, back to front, back to front. So it wasn't taken apart. So I had to order, I just ordered dividers and the dotted pages so I can set up a bullet journal in it. So $5.94. Well, that's good, Jen, considering I ran my mouth most of it. Let's see. BA Pascar says, got my bullet journal video uploaded and scheduled and got some water. Good job. Sorry. Laura says, drawing a radish spirit now. Going to paint it with watercolors. You know what I was going to say? Drawing a radish spirit now. My brain does not work right. Jen says, I was chatting too. Tomorrow will be a hot mess, Linda. That fell out. Well, tomorrow, it might just be you and me chatting. Might be you and me writing. Might be you and me doing who knows what. I don't know if anybody's going to join us or not, being as it's the holiday. But it's the end of the holiday. By then, people are probably going to be looking for things to do. So hopefully, somebody will show up tomorrow. Shadows Lear said I did 28 words that time. Okay, good job. Doing both at once. You mean chatting and writing? Like we usually do? Jen and I do a lot of chatting. Hi, Charlie. How are you? Happy New Year's Eve. I popped into yours briefly, but I couldn't stay. I forgot you were streaming, or I would have been there earlier, but my brain is smush. So I forgot. Shush, I am not really here. I am sprinting on my channel. Oh my gosh, you're still sprinting? That's funny. I didn't even check to see if you had stopped yet. Must be the same one. I don't think, because that wasn't that long ago, so he's probably the same one. Happy #die 2020 day. Yay. Jen says, are you pulling a Tessa? Charlie has been known to pull a Tessa. Charlie does long streams too. I don't know if he's ever done a 9-hour one. I'm sorry, has ever done a 9-hour one. How many hours will that be, Charlie? Because I think my longest has been 9.5 hours. I don't do short ones. Except for the night they made me get off and go lay down because I had just gotten an injection. Jen and Kate said, get off of here now. Go to bed. Go lay down. Because I was just had an injection and it was 8 hours today. So you haven't beat me today. I don't know whether you've beat me before. But I've done over 9.5 hours at one time. That's my longest so far, 9.5 hours. Charlie's the one who got me started with the long ones. They were always long. I don't know how many hours we did yesterday. 5 until about 9. That was around roughly 4, I guess. Well, I'm sure that I will definitely still be on at midnight. And who knows how much longer after that. Because I don't know how to do short ones. I love doing long ones. And Jen and I like to talk. So if nobody's here, we talk. Shadows Lair says, I had no idea it was still up. Jen said I was there for a little while. Yeah, I was there for a little while too. I wanted to stop by and let them know that I was sorry to miss it. But I had to leave because mine was starting. I can't keep track of them anymore. And you set the reminder, but the reminder doesn't come in until later. So it's not like the reminder comes earlier and gives you a warning that's coming. The reminder is usually after the whole thing starts, which is ridiculous, if you ask me. So Charlie's pulling a Tessa. I love that. She calls it pulling a Tessa. Shadows Lair says I may drop in on it for a bit. Lots of people jump between streams in and out, popping in and out. It didn't used to be that way, and now it's like it's the norm for people to be popping in and out. Midnight for Charlie is an hour behind me. They're an hour behind. So it'd be 1 o'clock my time. So when it's 1 o'clock my time, which is what, 3 hours from now? In about 3 hours, it'll be midnight for Charlie. I feel like I have forever. But you're so far behind us, it's early still for you. It's still early evening. If I wasn't streaming right now, I probably would have asked to be on yours, but I'm not even sure Charlie's still here. They said 8 hours. It's not as long as the ones I've done. I've done 9.5 hours. Doesn't have me beat yet. Gonna have to work harder. 9.5 is my longest sprint so far. They're already out there making all kinds of noise. They're shooting off fireworks and stuff. I live right next to the police station. And I used to live across the street from where I live right now, which is still pretty close to the police station. And the people next door to us were setting off fireworks, a lot of fireworks. And they're illegal in New Jersey. And they're shooting them off, and they're shooting them off. And I said to my daughter, I said, I can't believe the cops have not come over here. Eventually, the cops came hours later. They had been shooting them off for hours. And finally, the cops come over and said, okay, enough now, stop. And they stopped for a little while, and they started shooting them back off again. I'm like, oh, that was really helpful. But they are illegal here, so these people are not supposed to be shooting these off. All right. So now that I have run my mouth again, do we want to do another sprint? I got to be careful because if I go to something that has sound, and I don't turn it, I don't mute it, it'll come through my speakers and you'll hear it coming through the stream. Sometimes I still forget. Occasionally I forget. And I'm like, oh no. Sure. And we got a code. Okay. Whoever that was that wanted to do the code is up. You were singing on sprints. Remind me to mute tomorrow. Well, that's neat. Little mushroom. Cool. I like that. I still got snow. I mean, it's not snowing like flakes floating down snow, but there's snow on there. There's snow on the top of this thing, too. There's snow on top. There's snow all around the bottom. I don't know why you're not seeing snow. Okay. Looks like they're in here. Must be shadows there. They're in here. So we can go ahead and start. But there's snow on mine, Jen. You don't see the white on top of the dirt. The dirt's at the very bottom. And then there's a layer of white snow, and there's snow on top of the mushrooms. Both mushrooms have snow on top of them. At least on my end, they do. Let's see, this is the third sprint. You don't see that? Weird. That is weird. I think this is the third sprint. I'm not good at counting. Okay. I see dirt and a mushroom. They don't like me in California. Dirt in the mushroom. Yeah, I have white snow. So I have snow on top of the mushrooms. I've all of them have snow on them that you've done so far tonight. They've all had snow. I wonder why. Why yours are different from mine. Doesn't make sense. All right, let me get this started. 30 minutes, starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, I'm muted. That's why I hate to mute myself, because this is what happens. So either I talk to myself in the middle of the thing, or I mute myself and forget to unmute myself. I can't win either way. As I was saying, I finished putting all the main information in my planner. I put all the main information in the months in the planner. I did not start doing weekly. I did not start doing declarations. I just put all the information from my old planner into the new planner. So now I have a huge pile of planner pieces. Covers are reusable. I could buy rings if I want to make another one, but I can't see what the purpose of having two. I see people do videos where they use 10 to 15 to 20 planners a year. I'm like, no, one is bad enough without trying to keep it up. And they have a planner for everything. And I think it's way too much. Huge piles of them. So I want to put everything in one thing, which is why I ordered those pages that would make a bullet journal so I can put them in my planner. So I have this huge pile. Covers are reusable, could buy rings for it, but I don't see the point at this point. But I hate to throw all of that out because I started writing in it, so it's not like anybody's really going to want that as, what good would they have when I'm already writing in it? So I don't know. Then I went to my story. I started working on the chapters, and I just realized I spent all this time today renumbering everything. Now my daughter decides to text me back 10:30 at night. Sorry about that. If you heard that, that was my daughter texting me. I asked her a question about whether I should get the vaccine for the virus. I would be interested to see what her reaction is. My son said yes. My nurse daughter said she's not sure. She thinks I should wait and see how people are doing a few weeks after they get it, before getting it. And now I wonder what the third daughter has to say. Talk about breaking ties. Anyhow, so as I'm doing this, I realized I never finished doing the pages. So here I am, spent all day renumbering pages because I was wondering why they were all screwed up on the day before. And that's because Dummy here added some new pages. So now I get to do the page numbers all over again. Nothing, making myself work. Okay, so how did we do? Now that we hear what a dummy I am, how did everybody else do? I want to stop muting myself because I just forget to unmute myself. Okay, BA says, yeah, one planner is good for me. I keep my covers and rings. I use them to make notebooks using filler paper. That's true. I bought a bunch of stuff. I bought a bunch of weekly pages unmarked, so no dates on them. And I bought a bunch of divider pages, which I haven't used. Got tons of stickers now. I just got a new one today, new sticker book. So maybe ordering another set of rings and putting all that stuff together to, I think they call them Franken planners, where they put them together for other purposes, but I want everything in one planner. So I'm not sure what the purpose would be, except maybe some kind of writing purpose. But I'm not an outliner, so I'm not sure that particular purpose would work. But that's what I want, is everything in one planner. I don't want bullet journals, and I don't want planners, and I have calendars on the wall. And it's just too much to keep updated. I want one thing, and I want one thing with everything in it. That's what I want. And maybe then, maybe I can organize my life. Maybe. There's hope. I have never been an organized person in my entire life. I'm 64 years old. Am I ever going to be organized? Probably not. But I got hung up on happy planners, and, well, you know the story, BA. You know what happens. Now I got a ton of stuff. BA says I got rid of my desk and wall calendars. That's what I would like to do. Just get rid of all of that and have one planner. And only one thing to update. This is crazy. Every time I get something, I have to update 3 things. Because if I don't, I'm scheduling things on days that are already taken and I don't realize it. So one planner is what I should have. Jen says I've given up on organizing my life. I haven't given up. I still try, but the chances of it happening are slim to non-existent. I have this huge calendar I keep on the wall. It has to be huge. It has to have the big squares in it. And I write everything, all my appointments on it. And I have my occupational therapist and my physical therapist trained to go to my calendar, look at it, put down their schedule on my calendar. So I have to keep that calendar updated where I end up with things scheduled on top of other things. But if I get rid of that, then they're going to have to learn how to go to my planner and do the same thing. It just won't be on the wall anymore. They got to take it off the wall to write on it anyhow. So that's where I'm at. I'm nuts. Did you get anything written, Jen? What did you eat? I know you said something about eating. It's funny. I had some appointments on here that are way in advance, and I'm looking at them and I'm like, I can't figure out what I wrote. Like I wrote in, besides my handwriting being really messy unless I write nice and slow and easy. If I try to write fast, I can't read a word I say. But I could not figure out, because I would cut down, like I wouldn't write the whole doctor out. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, what is card? I'm looking at it, and it's making no sense to me. Card, and it has a date next to it, a time next to it. And I'm like, I don't understand. Card. Why do I have something that says card? Speaking of card, what happened to the card? I seem to have lost the card. Hopefully the right date is written in the book. Oh, dear me. But anyhow, it's the cardiologist. I finally figured it out. It took me a while. Jen says, my real job offered me a free calendar and I turned it down. I never turn down calendars. I collect calendars too. Jen says, I did like 400 words, but I ate dinner. Well, that's good. 400 words and you ate dinner. That's really good. Jen says, I am texting about the real job with my coworker too. Well, which reminds me, my daughter texted me. I have to see what her words of wisdom are. Jen says, I really need to retire. I retired 10 years ago, unofficially, not what it's cracked up to be. Not getting yelled at work and dragging myself to work and getting dressed for work. I love all that part. No more bosses, all that stuff. What am I doing? I'm looking for my daughter's text. Let's see what she's got to say. Okay. She's a yes. Sorry, just getting back to you. Probably a good idea with your medical problems. You haven't had any problems with the other vaccines you got, right? Okay. No, I do not have. This is the first year I allowed them to give me vaccines. I do not believe in vaccines. I got my first flu shot. I got my first pneumonia shot. And it looks like when the time comes, I am getting a COVID shot. Oh, goody. I guess it depends on what you consider problems with vaccines. The flu shot gave me a temperature. There's just a lot of drama there. Yes to what? Did I say yes to something? If I did, I don't know. I don't remember. And the pneumonia vaccine gave me a huge lump on my arm and it itched and it hurt and it was hard and it was there for at least 3 to 4 weeks. Huge lump on my arm. The nurse who gave it to me goes, I can't believe that's still there. And it was kind of hot to the touch. That was the pneumonia vaccine. The flu shot just gave me a temperature. Oh, I was texting my daughter about, now I know what the yes was for. I asked all 3 kids if they thought I should get the vaccine for COVID-19 or not when it becomes time for my group to get them. Child number 1 said yes. Nothing else. Yes. Child number 2, the nurse, said, you might want to wait until people have been getting them for a couple weeks and see what they report, as side effects or problems with the vaccine. She's a nurse, so she's going to be a little bit more so on that way. And she told me that she's on the fence. She doesn't know if she's going to get one or not. I said, I thought you had to as a healthcare worker. She said, no, it's not mandatory and her office is not offering them. So she would not get it from her employer. That was the nurse. So she says she's on the fence. The other one says, the one that just texted me, she says, probably a good idea with your medical problems. You haven't had any problems with the other vaccines you got, right? I said, no, I didn't have any real problems with the other vaccines, but I did get, like I said, I had the temperature after the flu shot, and I had a huge knot in my arm for 3 to 4 weeks that hurt, itched, and was hot for about 3 to 4 weeks from the pneumonia shot. So the consensus is, yes, I should go get the COVID vaccine when it's available. Figured I'd ask the kids what they thought. I just don't like vaccines. And this is last year. 2020 hasn't ended yet officially, so I guess it's still this year. I got my first flu shot ever and a pneumonia shot. I've never had the flu. This is the first flu shot. I said, I better not get the flu because I have never had the flu. And now I've had a flu shot and I better not get the flu. Because I don't believe in vaccines. My dad did not believe in vaccines. So I asked my sister, what are you doing about Dad and the vaccine? Because he's supposed to get it in 2 weeks. And she said, I told him, I know you don't believe in vaccines, but for the safety of the employees and other patients here, I really think you should get it. And so she convinced him. He's had COVID-19. He's already had it, but you can get it again. But he's going to get the shot. He said, okay. Because if it'll help keep other people from getting it, he said, okay, he would do it. Okay, so Jen says, I say get it. Better to be safe than sorry. Though I think you'll still have to deal with masks and all of that. Well, that was the other question I had of my daughter, the nurse. Do you think that the vaccine is going to mean we can stop wearing masks? And she said, no, I doubt it. She's a nurse. She's in the healthcare field. She doesn't think that it's going to stop the wearing of masks. So it might make me safer, but I'll still have to wear a mask. So, I mean, yeah, and how are people going to know that I had the vaccination? It's not like they're going to put a tattoo on my forehead that said, I've been vaccinated, you know? So I can understand that that's going to be, yes, we're still going to be wearing masks. But I would be safer probably with the vaccine than without the vaccine. Because right now I'm terrified because a lot of the people in here don't wear them, including the superintendent who makes the rules. He doesn't see a need for him to wear one. He doesn't see that as being necessary. More and more people are starting to wear them here, but we went through quite a period where everyone was saying, what the heck, I'm not wearing a mask. And I'd go out and I'm like, damn, I have to go through all these people. I have to go in the elevators with these people in close quarters, and they're not wearing masks. And to get the elevator to yourself is like very difficult. You could be standing there a long time waiting for an elevator by itself with nobody else in it. So Jen says, I'm not big on vaccines, but I might consider this one when the time comes. I always hear about people who are getting COVID. Yeah. Yeah. Now, my friend says that it's really bad over where you guys are right now. Even worse than here. We had it really bad in the beginning. New York and New Jersey were like number 1 and 2 in the country for a long time. And then we started recovering, and then it picked up again, and now here we are with another outbreak again. And the cold weather was supposed to kill it. Obviously, that didn't happen. So, yeah, he was telling me that California is really bad off right now. So you got to be safe. Keep yourself as safe as possible. I don't know the specific number, so they shut a bunch of stuff down. Yeah. Yeah, they've been shutting a bunch of stuff down. I don't know if they're going to shut them down more right now. I need to get my hair cut, and I'd hate for them to shut this hairstyles back down before I get a chance to get this mop cut. But it's definitely at getting to the point where I need a haircut. So I'd hate for them to do that, and then I wouldn't be able to get my hair cut because, man, I had such a mop. You can, if you watch some of my videos, you'll see my hair getting longer and longer. Jen says I wear a mask all day. I kind of hate it, but it's smart. That's one thing about being home. Most of the time, I do not have to wear a mask all day. I have to wear one when my aide comes. She's masked, and I have to wear a mask. And so during that time that she's here, I am masked. Jen said I was supposed to get a cut on the 5th, and they shut down like the day before. That's what I'm afraid is going to end up happening to me. Before I get my hair cut, they're going to shut down. And it's getting to the point now where it's just starting to get into my eyes. Almost, not quite, but it's getting there. It's getting annoying. I don't like it when it gets really close to where it's starting to hang close to my eyes. I hate it's like all over my ears, and I used to keep this all cut, and it's thick in the back. Okay, my hair is straight, poker straight. I don't have to worry about that. Your hair is super curly, and I hate it after so many weeks. Yeah, my daughter has. She has my ex-husband's curly hair, and she gets really aggravated. She straightens it a lot of times, but she just hates the curls. The other one has waves. It's more wavy. And she had the ringlets. My other daughter had those cute little baby ringlets. They were cute when she was a baby. The little ringlets. And now it's just wavy. So she has a wave to her hair. The other one has the curls. My son has the curls. Oh, my God. He so hates it. He shaves his head bald because he doesn't want to deal with curly hair. My ex-husband, he just wears his short so that the curls are, just kind of wavy. His hair's not long. He keeps it fairly short. And my son, he shaves his head, but I love it shaved. I think it looks great that way. I love him that way. I hate when it gets long. I'm like, oh, man, it's time to cut your hair, man. BA says I go back in person work on Monday. Then students will return on a hybrid schedule on the 11th, or at least that's the plan for now. Yeah, that's the plan for now, and that's the problem. I mean, my grandkids have been in and out of school. Oh, yeah, we're going back. They go back for a couple of days. Oh, no, we're not going, back home again, So it doesn't usually last long. So I wouldn't get too comfortable with the working at school. Because if, from the way things have been going on, you're gonna, you'll be there for a little bit and then they'll change their mind again. Jen says, I love my curls and never change them, but I like regular haircuts to control them. You're one of the few people I've ever heard say they love their curls. It seems like those of us with straight hair are always complaining we want curls, and those with curly hair say, I want straight hair. So nobody's ever happy. My hair is poker straight. You can't do a doggone thing with it. But I did have one period of time, and I asked the hairdressers about this because I said it's weird. I said, I have poker straight hair. Now, why do I have ringlets? Because I had ringlets. And I said, what's going on? I have ringlets now. And they said, every 7 years, your body and hair changes. So at that point in time, my hair went to ringlets. Well, I've always had poker straight hair, so it was the weirdest thing. It didn't last. I mean, it's back to poker straight. VA says, yeah, that's how it's been going for us. We have been 3 weeks of in-person so far. I don't see staying in long if we go back. Yeah. Well, that's the problem. I lost my aide because she had a son, and the father was watching him, and then he went back to work. So she asked me if I would switch to nights. I said, okay. So then what does she do? When her son goes to school, instead of saying, hey, I can come back to you days, because I wanted days. I've been trying to get back on days. Really hate nights. Her coming at night like that. She's supposed to help me get bathed and dressed and late at night. And that's kind of stupid. And so she goes and gets a bunch of other people. Instead of taking me back on, she has a bunch of other people. So she's got me at night, and she's got all these other people. Then her son was no longer in school, and she's like, oh my God, what am I going to do? I've got all these people. I'm like, don't know what to tell you. So she had to go and tell the agency she couldn't work. She couldn't work during the days because her son was home. So the fact now that she stayed nights turned out to be, because I wouldn't have an aide at all if she had become my day aide again. So she's still my night aide, and I can't get a day aide. They can't even get aides to work. With the virus going on, they can't even get aides. So for her and I, it's working out. She still has a job, and I still have an aide, even if it's at an inconvenient time. Jen says, I never really got to stay home to BA. I send money to the bank at work, so they probably have us work with COVID. It's a small office. I'm joking about that in a way that I partially believe it. I'm not sure I get that. But you say you're joking anyhow, so it doesn't matter. Now, my daughter said she was going back. I don't know if she's working now or not working, to tell you the truth. She works in the school, and then when the kids are out, she's out. So she was out, and of course she had to homeschool them anyhow. And then she told me she was going back, but the way things go, I figure, well, how long is that going to last? I don't think it did. I think they already are back out against school again. I don't know. It's crazy. This whole thing is crazy. It's a shame you can't work at home, Jen. That would, a lot of companies are able to work at home, so that's, you know, that's like my sister says, that, you know, I've been working from home for a long time now, and she had the one, she was allowed to work 1 day a week at home before this started, and then they switched the whole office to all homework. So now she does everything at home every day. She doesn't go in the office anymore. So but she was already acclimated because she worked 1 day a week from home, had all the programs, everything was set up. She knew how to do it. You know, there wasn't an issue for her to switch to home. It didn't matter where she worked because she could work wherever. She works for Campbell Soup, and she's high up in the hierarchy in Campbell Soup. So she called me the other day, and she's busy working at the same time, and she's like doing stuff in her head, and I'm like, just sitting there waiting for her to stop. She said, "I'm sorry, but I got to get this done. I'll be right back." You know, she goes back to figuring things out in her head. She's doing math. She was trying to figure out if this is right. She said, "Why do these people insist on ordering things we tell them are not available?" It's not available. You can't order it. Stop it. We can't do the hands-on stuff from home. We did a week on, week off thing for a while. Okay, yeah, I don't know what you do, so yeah, okay. But I can write from home, so there's that. Well, yeah, there is that. You're lucky there. BA says, "I'm surprised that I have been allowed to work at home. I work in the guidance office, and I take care of a lot of office things and state reports and records and attendance and transcripts." I guess it is kind of hard to do that at home, wouldn't it be? Can't bring all those records home with you. Oh, wow. So Jen is asking if BA is published. Jen says, "I send every check through the county to the bank, more or less." Jen says, "All of the departments send them to us." Interesting. BA says, "I'm not published." Sorry. "I'm not published yet. If everything goes as planned, I will release my novel in November." Oh, cool. I'm just publishing mine on my blog. Unfortunately, I can't publish. Can't publish it for people to read. I can put it on my blog though, and I'm going to read it out loud on my channel. I'm going through all this, so it'll be ready if I get the chance to actually publish it, but as of right this moment, I cannot publish. So I'm doing all this and I want the documents set up with all the pages and everything, which is what table of contents and stuff, which is what I'm struggling with now. I want it all ready just in case it'll be in a Word document. Now, when I copy this into Google Docs to send it out to beta readers, none of these page numbers are going to match up because it's just not the same thing. I'm going to copy and paste the document over, but the pages won't line up. Those are two different programs. Oh, I got to stop this yawning. This is ridiculous. I didn't plan on going to the grocery store today. That was an unexpected trip, but my medicine came in that I was waiting on, so I had to go get it. And I take my neighbor. I have a nice little neighbor. I take my neighbor with me, and he's supposed to be getting a couple things because we're going on Saturday to do our monthly shopping. And I'm sitting there waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I'm like, where the heck is he? He comes out with a full cart. I'm like, what did you do? You said you only were picking up a few things. Well, I gave me a bunch of baloney. I said, well, you better be coming with me Saturday because I planned on doing my shopping then and you were going to help me. If I had known you were going to do your whole shopping, I would have done my whole shopping while we were there. I had the money in my account. I waited till Saturday because you wanted to go on Saturday. And then you go and do this. I was mad at him. He says he's going Saturday. He better go Saturday. I'm going to be really mad at him if it's not. I may not make it to midnight. Well, you're right. I may not make it to midnight. I usually don't make it to midnight. I haven't seen the ball drop in I don't know how many years. But I spend every time when I'm streaming online up all night. So why is tonight any different? I don't know. But I keep yawning. I'm not exactly sure why. And nothing except for the stream tomorrow is on my schedule. So nobody should be bothering me, and it's a holiday, so hopefully there won't be other people calling me all day long either, because they'll be on holiday, I hope. Okay. Are we ready to move on to another stream? Excuse me. Ugh. I know I brought my sugar back up, but I probably overdid it, which is what usually happens. So the next time I check it, it's going to be super high. But then I'm going to have to give myself more insulin to bring it back down again. Ugh. I just try to be careful not to overdo it so I go back into another low. Because with the low sugars, I all but pass out. I haven't passed out yet, but I've come close. Very close. All right. She never got back to me, so I guess she's done with the conversation. She just said yes. So the consensus is that when my time comes, I'm getting the vaccine. Not sure I'm happy about the idea, especially since it hasn't been tried on a lot of people. That's all I make. Yeah, see, I still got snow. I got a Santa hat. It's watermelon. And the The full watermelon has a Santa hat. The cut watermelon has snow, and there's snow underneath the whole thing. I'm not sure what you have, Jen. Do you still have dirt? Or did you get snow on this one? She didn't answer. Just dirt. And no Santa hat. I don't understand. I mean, maybe we have different versions of the forest app. I don't know. But yeah, I still have snow. I got a Santa hat. There's snow on top of the eaten watermelon, you know, the one that's cut. Santa hat on the full one. And snow underneath the whole thing. Weird. All right. Let's get this started. It's New Year's Eve. Yes, it is. But it's still winter time. All right. Let me get this timer started. We're going to start in 30 minutes, starting at 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. This time I'm not muting myself. Hopefully I'll keep my mouth shut and not talk to myself. And I've got to go through these now and redo these doggone chapters. Now that I figured out I wasted all that time earlier. Really annoys me no end. All right. 26 is 76. 27 is 77. 28, 79. 29 is 80. Oh, 81. 83. 32. 84. All right. Well, that was productive for me. Working on chapter numbers, and I totally screwed up part of them. And though the half I'm working on now appears to be correct, I figure I better just keep on going down and checking the page numbers because I had them all screwed up. And there was a section I didn't move the chapter down to start at the new page. It was in the middle, and I was afraid that would switch when I pushed that down to where it belonged. It would screw everything else up, but it, excuse me, doesn't appear to. But even though right now the chapters I'm working on right now appear to be right, I'm going to check each one just to be sure. Like I said, all this is going to be a moot point when I go and put it in Google Docs because they're not going to match up. But I want my document that's in Word to be correct and ready to go if I decide to publish it. So I want all the chapters right. I think I've got all the names, weird names. I mean, I did them more like who was the point of view character and the time and date. I figured that was the only way to do chapters. I wasn't doing fancy names for each one. I needed each one to be the person who was actually speaking that particular chapter. And I don't know if that's the right way to do it or not, but that's the way I'm doing it. I can always change it if I find out otherwise. But for now, that's what I did. So, let's see what we got here. Jen says, I got 847. That's a lot of words. It's a good job. And she said, I might have this done by the deadline. Well, there you go. That's good. Jen says, couldn't you put it on Amazon for free? That would get it out there. I don't know all the ins and outs of Amazon. They let you do some free things, but I don't think they let you do it for free because they got a portion of whatever gets sold as far as I know. So if I put it out there for free and just left it free, they probably have a problem with that. I could always try checking into Amazon and seeing what they say. I would like to see it published. I mean, but I can't, you know, like I said, I can't get paid for it. I don't know if they would. I know you can do things. Yes, you can go to Amazon and put your book for free for a certain amount of time. But I think it's a certain amount of time, and then you have to charge because they, as far as I know, get a portion of whatever book you sell. They get a portion of. So if I'm not selling it, they're not going to list it, most likely. But I don't know. I would have to. I don't even know how to find out that answer. Tell you the honest to God truth. I don't know much about it. I mean, it's an idea. I'll write it down to check into and see if I can find out if it's possible. I've heard people say they've gotten free copies by saying they were going to publish their book and Amazon would print, you a copy of the book off and send it to you. I have heard people say they've done that, but then they put the book on there. Usually as part of the deal is that you publish with them. So I don't know. I mean, I would love to have a copy, an actual copy to hold in my hand. Would be so cool. That would be just like so cool to have my book in my hand, But yeah, I do think that is a problem, and I don't know that much about it. I know people have done videos on it. I mean, I could search for videos. I can search Amazon. It's very surreal. It's really surreal for me because, like I said, I know I'm not going to hold this book in my hand. But if I could hold it in my hand, that would be way cool. And I would love to see it listed on Amazon. That would be so cool too. But I don't think I can do that because I don't think, I'm pretty sure that they get a cut out of whatever you sell. So if you put it free for a certain amount of time, yes, you can do that. But then you're expected to sell it. There might be a way I can get it printed. I mean, I have noticed a few videos on that, and it is possible that I might be able to get a printed book, which, like I said, would be really neat. Of course, it's not formatted for printing. Now, supposedly, Readsy has a generator where you can put your document in, and it will produce a book that's ready for, I don't know if it's printing or audio, though. That might be an audio book. I'll have to check Readsy out too and check and see what that generator does, because mine's certainly not formatted in any way, shape, or form for a book right now. It couldn't be done with the way it's set up. And I really don't know enough about Word. I know I think it was Natalia Lee did a thing on setting books up in Word, and I was like, huh? I was really confused. You could also charge 99 cents and you wouldn't make that much. Can you make any money from it? The problem wouldn't be if I just had a couple sales. You know, it was just a small amount, but it would, one, I would have to register my name as a company, which costs money. Two, I would have to start filing taxes. I do not file taxes. And three, I don't know how much money I could make before it becomes an issue. So I'm not so sure about that. I honestly don't know, because all my income I have to claim for my Medicaid, and if I lose my Medicaid and all my my state benefits, and I have to start, I'm in a world of trouble. I better start producing best-selling books that sell for lots of money if I lose my benefits. Believe me, because I cannot live on what the government gives me, not in any way, shape, or form. There would be no medications, and I would probably end up dying without my medications, especially my insulin. It would certainly cut down on my I mean, I'm already, with all the problems I have with my diabetes, on a short string for dying. You know, there's a lot of issues that I can get, and I got a lot of problems already from my diabetes. I already have diabetic retinopathy. I could lose my eyesight tonight, at any time. He can't predict it. He says, but yes, you're going to most likely lose it because of my diabetes. Secondly, I have cataracts now. I'm like, cataracts? What are you talking about? He says, when you get older, there's a kind of cataract that you get. You are developing cataracts. Right this moment, you're okay. Down the line, we will be doing laser surgery on your eyes. Not a happy thought. Either one of those. So I can't lose any of my benefits. So it's a big decision, and it would cost a lot of outlay. Like I said, you have to have a company name, license, and all that. I didn't need an ISBN for it. That costs money, and you know, just having to do taxes again would drive me nuts. I mean, I guess I could publish it under my real name, and then I may not need it to make a separate company, but I'm not sure about that either. From what I understand, most people that publish have a business name, and they set themselves up as small publishing houses. I've been reading a lot of, I mean, I have listened to a lot of those videos, and they set themselves up as small publishing houses because this, I guess, is the best tax way to do it, is to set yourself up that way. You can buy a bunch of ISBNs if you're going to be publishing. It's cheaper than buying just one. To buy a whole bunch of them, it's actually cheaper. Your mom is going blind. She has the macular degeneration. I have the pressure in my eyes that causes not macular degeneration. What's the other one? There's another one. The pressure in my eyes. See? It's macular degeneration. That happens to a lot of the older people. I can't remember the name of the one, because I'm at risk for something because of the pressure in my eyes, besides the diabetic retinopathy, which could blind me at any moment. He says, and I'm sorry, I can't tell you when. Just that's what is going to happen. And it's getting worse. It's not getting better. So each time I go, it's a little bit worse. So at any point, I could lose my eyesight, and then I'm really in big trouble. I would probably, at that point, have to give up living alone, because I know people live with blindness, but I'm not able to deal with it. If I went blind, I'd probably have to give up and just go to the nursing home. Wouldn't like it, but there's not going to be a whole lot I'd be able to do about it. I wish I could remember the name of the other problem that can happen. It's not just for diabetes, though. Other people get it, too. I wonder if I looked up eye disorders, maybe I can find out what I'm looking for. I'm going to Google it and see if I can find what I'm looking for. Glaucoma. So you got age-related macular degeneration. It's macular degeneration. Cataracts. Diabetic retinopathy. Glaucoma. And I'm on the verge of that. It's really close. The pressure on my eyes is almost to the point that I almost have glaucoma. I don't have it yet, but it's close. I do have diabetic retinopathy, which could cause blindness at any time. There's a couple other ones here that I don't even know what they are. But macular degeneration is the one your mom has. So macular degeneration. So yeah, she probably, if she's like me, it going by age, cataracts, he says that's an age-related thing, and it requires surgery. I'm like, oh man, I don't want surgery. I already have problems with my eyes. I have corneal erosion. My eyes, the corneas, have been scraped twice. They literally scraped the surface of the cornea because it was injured, and like it keeps healing and attaching to my eyelid. And so in the morning when I open my eyes, if it's overnight healed to my eyelid, I rip it open. So then, of course, my eyes are swollen. They're watery. I can't see. I'm in pain. And so twice I've had them scraped. He goes, they cannot be scraped anymore. Again, I'm facing surgery, possibly for that. I have to keep my eyes open. I'm supposed to be using drops when they get dry so that I don't have that issue, because it happens again. I'm going to have to have surgery. That's the next step, is surgery. And that's no guarantee. He's already told me they can't guarantee they can fix that corneal erosion. They can do the surgery. It may not fix it. And then I don't know what the next step after that is. But then I'm thinking, what do they do? Remove my eyes? I mean, you know, if it doesn't work, do they remove my eyes? So I have a lot of shit on my plate. Don't curse a lot, but they do have a lot of shit on my plate. So your mom lives in one of those senior apartments, so our friends help her. That's great. Yeah. That is another thing that my mom has now. What, corneal erosion? That is the main problem, I think. Corneal erosion, or you're talking about glaucoma or cataracts? She's getting free audiobooks so she can read now. Yeah, that's something I would have to switch to if I lost my eyesight. The corneal erosion, okay. Well, then you may have an idea of what I'm going through. So they've been scraped twice now. Next step is laser surgery. Not a happy thought. All because of an accident. And then I have both eyes. I said, how can it be in the other eye? I didn't have anything happen to it. He said, you had something, some kind of injury that you didn't notice. Because the first one I stuck in, you know, those tri-corner napkins? I stuck the queen of it in my eye by mistake. I mean, obviously didn't mean to stick myself in the eye. It's midnight. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. I know it's not where you are, but it is where I am, and they're out there screaming their heads off and shooting off fireworks. It's New Year's here. So, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. 2021 is finally here. Yay. We get a $600 check from the government coming soon. That's supposed to be coming out. I just got a notice from my bank about it. Should be the way the bank is talking, like some of them are coming out on the 4th. I don't know when I get mine, but they're coming out on the 4th. $600. It's not the $2,000 they were asking for, but $600 is better than nothing. You can probably hear my fireworks too, because they're pretty loud out here. Man, they're yelling. Obviously, I can hear them yelling. They're right out in my yard, I guess, or maybe in the house that's right next to us. I can hear people yelling, so I know they're hollering. So, Happy New Year, everybody. Wow. Yeah, you can hear the fireworks here. You're probably hearing my fireworks. They're loud. They're super loud, and I've got windows shut. I mean, it's not like I have my windows open. My windows are shut. But they're obviously shooting them right outside in the front here because they're loud. And I can hear them yelling. So a lot of fireworks are setting off. And then, like I said, they're illegal. And I'm right next door to the police station. You see how much people care? Guess they figure it's too much work for all the police to go running around to everybody's house. And that one year, they sat there next door to us and set them off for hours before the police showed up and said, hey, cut it out. They let them do it for hours. And they was just one right after the other. They're still going off. They slowed down a little bit, though. Oh, there's a whole bunch more. Oh, you said your mom will just let it happen. She's in a good place to deal with that. And there's assisted living next door. Well, that's, yeah. I have, my program will help pay for assisted living, but they don't pay for the facility. So if I want to go to assisted living, I have to pay for whatever, whether it's a room that I share with somebody or it's an apartment, no matter what it is, I have to pay for that part. They only pay for the medical part of it. So I told my kids, I said, I don't think assisted living is going to actually work out. Because unless you guys are going to pay for it, I don't know where the money for that would come. So it's most likely a nursing home for me. Not happy about that. Oh, wow. They're still going off out there. Well, here's to 2021. I hope it's a better year. Well, we started with getting Trump out of the presidency. That was a big start. I mean, I don't know how Biden's going to be, but getting Trump out of there was a good thing, because he was nothing but trouble, major trouble. Now we just have to see what Biden's going to end up doing. What kind of nonsense he's going to pull. Because politicians are politicians. You're publishing it in a manner of speaking. I will be publishing it on my blog, and then I am going to read it out loud on my channel. So that's my way of publishing. It is publishing. I'm publishing it on a blog. Be like putting it on Wattpad. It's, something like that. It's the same sort of thing. It's just publishing it on my blog. It just takes so long to format the page and get it on there, and it's a lot of chapters. I've got at least 63 chapters, and it's how many pages? $196 pages. It's 52,436 words. That includes, of course, the cover and the other stuff that's in there. The dedication, the copyright, and my bio are also on that document. So it's 52,436 words altogether. So it's about 52,000 words for the story. 196 pages. That's going to take a long time to format and get on my blog. That's the best thing about 2020 for me. Well, what's one of the best things about 2020? I finished my very first ever novel. And even though what I'm doing now is editing it, I finished the novel. The novel is finished. I am just editing at this point. And I almost finished that in 2020. So I guess I have to change the copyright to 2021 because it won't be ready for 2020. To make the copyright 2021. Sorry. Have someone help you with it. You know, a lot of people. I don't know anybody that knows how to publish to my blog. It's not something that, you know, it's kind of hard for people to publish to your blog. You have to give them your passwords and stuff. You get to give them full access. And I don't know anybody who would actually want to do that. It's not easy. You got to format it. If you're talking about formatting the book, I don't know anything about that. I know that it's not currently in a formatable format. Formatable format. It's definitely not formatable. It's just a Word doc at this point. It doesn't have the right margins and all that stuff that has to be set up. There's certain things and certain ways that has to be set up and has to be, you know, so when they open the book, because they were I was watching a video and they were showing the different things, and if you don't have the right amount, the words in the middle are bound in the binding. You got to be like really careful with all that formatting. It's not easy. It came with your editing. Yeah, I'll see, I'm not paying for an editor either. This is all self-edited. Me and Grammarly. I cannot afford editing. It's way too expensive. I don't have that kind of money. And I may have $600 coming. I can't see spending that kind of money, especially since I'm not want to put it out as a book. I mean, Natalia Lee says that they do it pretty cheap compared to a lot of other people. I have not heard people say that it's easy. I've heard that formatting is horrible. I know, I think it was Natalia Lee who did what was it? Jessica Williamson, I think, what's her name? I think I'm getting her name mixed up. I think it's Jessica Williamson. She may have been the other one I'm thinking of. One of them did formatting a Word document for printing, and it was not easy. I didn't even understand what the hell they were talking about. You're going a different way with editing next time. I spent a lot. I'm sure you did. I look at those prices and I'm like, are you kidding me? Natalia Lee has a publishing company, and from her blog, she says from her posts, she says her videos, we'll get it right one of these times, that they're very, very busy and they're very booked for quite some time. Like if you want something done, it's going to be quite a bit in the future. She's pretty booked up. And she does claim to be cheaper than a lot of these other places. And I've been aware of Natalia Lee for years now. I've watched her on YouTube. I think I'd probably trust her more so than I would some of these other people that are just popping out of Instagram, you know, oh, I'll publish your book for you and whatnot. I get a lot of that. And you know, somebody I don't know, at least I feel I know Natalia Lee. If I was going to do it, she would be my choice. You're obsessed with perfection. I think there are still small things wrong. Now I'm a perfectionist too. But even big name authors have typos and stuff in their books. So no editor's perfect. They all miss things. Natalia Lee was having some problems because she was writing a series and she was trying to run the company and she didn't have time to write. She couldn't get her second book out in the series. The people were waiting for her and she was really overwhelmed for quite a while. She was really, really upset. And she didn't get the book written when it was supposed to be. So there were people waiting for book number 2 of her series that didn't come out when it was supposed to. So I know she was pretty upset there for a while. Your best friend said she'll edit it for you if you ever write again. Well, that's cool. If she's got the talent for it, that's great. I have a best friend who loves mystery stories. And it's possible I could print it all out and mail it to her, but like she's really, really worried about this virus. So like we used to see each other every week for lunch or breakfast, depending on the time. And I think Word and Grammarly do a decent job overall. I think so too. Oh, hi to Mama. Popping in to say Happy New Year before I raid the kitchen. Well, Happy New Year to you. They're still popping off out there, out my window. They're so loud that Jen could hear it. So, Happy New Year to you. We're kind of writing and talking. Now we're talking publishing. We've been talking about a little bit of everything. But have a Happy New Year. I actually saw 12 hit the computer, so that's as close as I got to seeing the time change. I didn't watch the ball drop. I don't even know if the ball did drop. I didn't even pay attention. I didn't turn the TV on. So I have no idea what happened. My best friend, so we you know, when this happened, she's so freaked out about getting it, she doesn't go out very often at all if she can help it. And so even I have not been able to see her. And I know she would probably enjoy reading. And she would tell me what she thought too. That's one thing, she doesn't pull punches, since she's she's retired now, a school teacher. So I don't know, maybe I'll print it out and mail the document to her or email it to her. I wonder if I could email. It's a pretty big document. I made a PDF. I might be able to mail her a PDF. I may try that to see if I can make a PDF and send it to her, because she'd be another one who'd be good. Or Google Docs. I don't know if she uses Google Docs or not. And have her read it, since she likes reading those kind of stories. I'll have to think about that. Okay. Did we want to do another sprint? I'm still going through chapters. Oh, you stepped away. I'm busy talking and you're not even there. I don't know if you heard me. I said I have a best friend who I used to see every week for the virus, because we always got together for breakfast. And I was trying to think of how, I think she likes reading the types of stories I wrote, and she would read it and not pull punches. She would tell me exactly what she thought. And I was trying to figure out how I could get it to her. And I thought maybe I could print it out and mail it. But then I thought maybe I can make it a PDF and maybe I can send it to her in an email. And then I thought maybe Google Docs. I don't know if she uses Google Docs though. But I might be able to send her a PDF. I'm trying to think of what's not too big to send by email. But it's almost 200 pages. Yeah, me too. We never missed a week. Every week we got together and had breakfast together. And we really look forward to that. And now it's been almost a year and we haven't been able to see each other. And she's really, really spooked by the virus. So she won't even agree to, visit if the weather was nice, outside, away from each other. I don't think she's just too freaked out by the whole thing. She doesn't come out of her house. Her husband does most of the shopping, and then anything else that needs to be done, she doesn't leave the house. Very seldom. She says occasionally she'll put her mask on and she'll go with them to the store, but not very often. I really miss those, meeting every week for breakfast. We exchanged books. I always had plenty of reading material. She was always buying the newest books that were out even. So it wasn't like old books even. I mean, she'd go out and spend all that money for a brand new paperback. I'm like, are you kidding me? I don't even get books from her anymore. And they locked all the books downstairs in the library downstairs, so I can't get books out of there. I'm not sure if our library reopened or not. I don't know what's going on. But I got a ton of stuff on my Kindle I can read, so I'm not really lacking for reading material. There's plenty of free stuff on the Kindle I can get. I got a couple of the Kennedy Fox books as they were free. When I see the notice for it, I always go and get the free copy that they're offering. I haven't read any of them yet. I have no idea if they're any good, but when they offer me a free copy, I go and get it. And I got a lot of craft books. Charlie gave me a list the other day, and I looked them up, and I'm like, I said, Charlie, I couldn't get them because they were too expensive. I wasn't spending that much money on a book. He said, yeah, I didn't look to see what they were price-wise. I just got, was told these were the best books out there. I'm like, well, they may be the best, but they're too much money for me. Some of them were even hardback, and I'm like, no, too much money. So I ended up not ordering any of those books. He's sending me, though, all his thriller crap books. He's going to mail me. And I said, I put my name on it. I says, don't send them to Tessa Dean. Nobody knows who Tessa Dean is. I said, please send them to my real name. I'd like to actually get them, so send them to this name. You know, it's funny. We met very late in life. I've known her now for probably 15, at least 15 years. Because I was still working at one of my jobs, which was around 15 years ago. So between 15 and 20 years, I've known her. We met late in life. We met online in a in a clutterers group because we're both clutter bugs. And there was one other girl, and so the other girl had posted anybody from New Jersey or South Jersey or something like that. So the two of us replied. And so since we all lived fairly close together, we picked a spot that was kind of in between all of us to meet in person. And we hit it off. All three of us did. But you know, when three people, there's always one person that doesn't quite fit in, you know, that third wheel kind of thing. So our third wheel, though, wasn't as serious about the whole thing as my best friend and I are. So after a few years, she dropped out. But me and the other woman stayed together. We had the same political views. We work on our clutter mess together. We don't judge each other. And we look at the messes in our houses and stuff like that. We both understand, you know, what the other's going through. We talk about, you know, things that are how we're trying to declutter and stuff. So it's been at least 15 years. It's hard to believe it's been that long, but it really has been at least 15 years. Because I was working at a job and I had my Saturdays off. And so when I got the second job and I had to work a weekend day, I chose the day to work Sunday so I could have my Saturdays because that's the day we always got together. Well, things ended up changing and I left that job and it didn't matter then what day. And then we ended up doing it during the week because things just ended up happening and it was cheaper during the week. They offered specials. So we started going during the week. So it was just the two of us by that point. So we didn't have to consider three people. Because she couldn't, when she switched jobs, she couldn't get Saturdays off. So there she had a problem. If she came, she'd have to get up early. She didn't want to get up early. So she usually didn't come. So it was usually just, you know, Flo and I, and we became really close. And Flo's somebody I can talk to when I'm having a really rough time. She listens to whatever. She sometimes offers her opinions. I haven't talked to her in a while. I have to call her again. She won't call me because she knows I sleep weird hours and she doesn't want. Charlie's still gone. Maybe he's trying to beat my time, huh? Well, I don't have him up anymore, I don't think. Oh yeah, I do have him up. I don't think anybody on that panel is in. Oh, yeah, he said midnight his time. It's not midnight his time yet. I don't want to turn. If I hit the thing and bring the volume up, it'll be playing through the what you call it. So it's I've got the sound off. I can only see that he's gesturing. She keep forgetting it's supposed to be she gesturing wildly. He's got 15 people watching him, including Tamama. She said, off to raid the kitchen, have fun, everyone. And then she popped through ours on the way through to her kitchen. No one's, I don't think anybody's seen my message yet. I left a message. I turn it on, but then you would hear it through the thing. I'm going to do it anyhow. Be prepared. Sound is coming through. That's awesome. I see the shadows layers over here. Oh, yes, James and the Giant Peach. And they're nowhere near my. They're nowhere near my message. Yeah, there's 12 people over there. Oh, he's had 10 before. He fills that screen up with people. That would drive me nuts. I turned on a bit to see where he was, and he's way up in the comments. He hasn't gotten to mine yet. But I found the shadow slayers over there. He went over there and stayed over there. She, he, I don't know who they are. They stayed over there. They didn't come back. Charlie's got more pull than I have. Not much I can do about that. Oh, it gets crazy in there when you have that many people. Even with just 3 of us in there, it's hard to know until, or even 2 people. Because when I had Charlie on my channel, if we kept talking at the same time. I'm like, oh my gosh. Yes, he does support me, and I appreciate it. I appreciate that very much. And he always tells me if I have any questions whatsoever to ask him. Her. Don't know if I'm ever going to get that straight in my head. He's her. Gender-wise, he considers himself a her. And I have a hard time because it's like I'm looking at a man. So to me, it's he. And I know he is a her. And I get very confused. I hear other people say she all the time about the problem, but I still stumble over it quite often. Charlie and I started about the same time. He really took off. There's something about him. I mean, her. You know, there's something about Jules took off too. She started about the same time. Laura and I are about the same. Abigail Ford, I'm not sure how many she has now. She started about the same time. And we're all kind of a little group together. Yeah, I want to respect that too. And that's what I said. I'm having a hard time getting that into my head. That gender-wise, he's a she. That's how he thinks of himself. He has a hubby. And, you know, I have nothing against it. It's just hard for me to understand and get used to. Oh, hi, Melanie. I almost missed you. Happy New Year. Yeah. Well, we'll probably be, I don't know when we're going, how much longer we're going for. But Happy New Year, and enjoy your crash. I'm sitting here yawning. I don't know why I'm yawning. Any other time I stay up all night long. I've been streaming for 5 hours, so I haven't gotten to my 9.5. 9.5 is my longest. But Charlie's still going strong over there. Yeah, Charlie said they were going to stay on to they hit midnight, and midnight there is an hour behind me. So it's not midnight there yet. So they're still going. In the beginning, when she first started posting, they put it they, meaning they're not gender specific, and then she, meaning they see themselves as a woman. So it was always they, she. Now they put up there pointlessly gendered. Pointlessly gendered? Something weird like that. So when I first started going on there, I always had to put she/her because I was not transgendered. Same as Megan, she and her, and the rest of us. And I noticed that Kat stopped putting anything, and I'm not sure what Kat is. She's something different. I learned a lot about different things. 8 p.m. Yes, tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay, great. We'll see you then. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. That's Charlie. And he's got a bunch of people on there now. He's got, there's 5 of them. I'm trying to see if he's seen mine yet. Oh, now he's got 6 people on. He has 6 people now. Him and 5 other people on there. He's adding people galore. I don't even know who these. I've seen their names in the thing, but some of them, I don't know who those people are. So that was, sorry about that. I was wondering if they saw my thing. No big deal. He's busy. She's busy with all their friends. Anybody and everybody is on there half the time. And I really don't enjoy that many people. It's too much. Bad enough with just 3 or 4 of us without. I forgot. Were we getting ready to do it? Were we getting ready to do a sprint and got detoured along the way? I don't remember. Oh no, I don't have anything in the tree, so I guess not. We're going to do a sprint or not. But that's the kind of racket that happens if you turn the thing on it and don't mute it. It comes through. Definitely comes through. Are you there, Miss Jen? Or did you go off again? Your cat is trying to get you to pet him. It's quiet here now. No more bang, bang, bangs. Finally. The cat was in front, sitting in front of the computer. Well, we can go to another sprint if you want. I'm still doing chapters. Oh, when did I take that pain pill? I forgot what time I took the pain pill. I wonder if I can take another pain pill. I gotta check that out. I don't remember what time it was I took it. I write it down. I can never remember. I need another pain pill. I'm still doing chapters. So, if you want to keep going. Okie dokie. This is only the fourth sprint. We're really way behind this time. I think when we started, right? I'm not sure what you mean by that. I'm going to assume the slash is a typo. That's an interesting tree. And you know what? There's no snow on this one. It's just dirt. So maybe they've caught up now. The new year's here, and now no more. Because that would have been about the time it was still before New Year's. Or right around the time of New Year's. And now I've got dirt. It's just dirt. No more snow. I get this. Oh, the first sprint? We did a sprint right in the beginning, and then they got really spread out between sprints. Oh, when I first took a pain pill, or early on when it was when we first started. We've only been going 5 hours. It might be too soon then. When you looked at the forest of trees, there was snow still. Oh, I'm not going to look now. I got it set up to go. Well, it definitely changed because I had snow up until around midnight. And now I notice it's dirt. So I guess it's over with. It's a shame. It was pretty. I guess if you depending how far back you go with the trees, you might see snow. Because you can do that in different views, day, week, month, whatever. All right. So let me get this timer started. Guess I'm gonna pop some popcorn, or maybe I'll make. I got a microwave chocolate cake. The single, you make it in a mug. I got that too. Maybe I'll make that. I'm not in the mood for popcorn, really. All right, 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm going to go ahead and mute and whatnot. When you go into how many you've planned and all of that, yeah, you can see it. I'll have to try to remember to look. Okay. I managed to finally get all the pages. I think all the chapters are named as what they're going to be named. The way I decided to set up the chapter names. Now I'm trying to put all the page numbers in. I've also put up my file for beta questions to ask the beta readers. And so once I finish putting all the page numbers in, I mean, there's no sense. I got to figure out this when I go to make up the Google Doc. Probably shouldn't even bother to put the page numbers and chapters in there because they really don't need them. They're in the story. Each story, they're separated where they're supposed to be in the story. But no reason for me to include those pages because the numbers aren't going to match up anyhow when I copy it into Google Docs. I know that from the first time I did it. It didn't work right. So I got to get all my emails together of people who have offered so far. Then I need to make a separate Google Doc for each person because they need to be able to answer questions if they're going to, and they need to be able to put in comments if they want to. There's a way to put comments in there. And chances that is the great thing about ghostwriting. All that is on the client. That's good to know. Because I find that a very annoying part of this whole thing. Putting all of that in there and figuring it out. And each time I moved something or I added something, it changed all the page numbers. So like if I go in now and I start messing with things, let's say I get this stuff back from the beta readers and they say, well, you really shouldn't have this and maybe you should add this here, and page numbers are going to change anyhow. So probably just wasted a lot of time doing all that. I don't know. So how did you do, Jen? Get anything written that time? Oh. Let's see, is Charlie still up? Oh, Charlie's still streaming. People offering to have her stream with them. I had a hard time getting Charlie to agree to. He said she would do it. And then it's like, oh, I'm busy. Oh, I'm busy. Oh, I'm busy. I said, I wanted you to be my first because you were the first person to let me be a co-host. I wanted you to be my first co-host when I finally got brave enough to do it. And finally I did get them on there once, but they're so busy and they're always streaming with somebody. And somebody just offered, Amber Craft just offered for you to stream with me every Sunday if you want. I'm thinking, and he'll probably say yeah. Although for me, I had to drag it out of him. I don't know what was going on there. Anyhow, 869. Good. Very good. You are getting better. That's a good amount of words. Almost 1,000. I know Jules will do 10K in 30 minutes rounds every now and then. And Yeah, it doesn't look weird without all the snow all over it anymore. All right, let me see if I can find the forest. Well, that one has nothing. Oh, okay, there's all the snow. Today is, the one for today is green because we just did a green one. You know, dirt. It's just dirt. But there's all the snow. And there's a ton of wisteria because I got wisteria trees. And that's what I grow. That's what I grow 3 hours at a time every night. It's wisteria trees. So mine is mostly populated with wisteria trees. Other things are in there, but definitely a lot of wisteria trees. Essay. I am more into the story and finding a vibe with it. I don't love the beginning, but what can you do? Now it's asking me if I want to find the starburst. Personality test to find the starburst tree. Didn't I already do this? Did they do it again? More into the story and finding a vibe with it. I don't love the beginning, but what can you do? I guess the beginning of anything is rough. Even if you're writing your own stuff. Now if they're dating, it's better. Yeah. More interesting, right? I did that and got a tree that I already have twice. Yeah, I think I'm going to skip it because I already did it and got a tree, and I'm like, I don't think I'm going to do it again. Okay. But it's so weird not seeing the white anymore. That's weird how that happened. I wonder why yours disappeared before mine, though. That was really strange. I mean, time-wise, I was ahead of you. Yours should have waited to midnight. Mine changed at midnight. Weird. Okay. So you always feel that I need to build a foundation in the beginning and jump into the relationship. Well, everything needs a foundation. So that makes perfect sense to me. You wouldn't just start with the relationship. They have to meet and do all that stuff. Yeah, you see you won't see it if you look at today's. When I look for today, the only one that's on there is one we just did, so it's dirt. But when I look for the week, it's white because it was white all week. I wonder what happened. I don't think, let's see. If I went to month. Oh, it's a brand new month. So even if I go to month and year, all I get is the tree in the green. The only way I get it is week, because they did last week, and that includes December. That's going to disappear soon. Oh, well. Okay, let's see. And now there will be the push and pull of it all since they're both a little worried about commitment. Gotcha. I'm not sure if I want to write a romance or not. I'm still thinking about it. I have a couple ideas I had written as short stories that I have that are possibilities. And I want to read Romancing the Beats to get an idea of what it says about romance stories. But I think I had one or two that I wrote that could be possible stories. They would need a lot more, obviously. They were just short stories. So I would have to come up with something else besides that. But there's something to work with. I mean, there's, something to start with. One of them was kind of interesting. She was taking care of two boys, and the boys kept getting lost. And a cowboy came up on his horse, and the boys had disappeared, and they couldn't find them, and he helped her find them, and then she finally out he's the cowboy, like, you know, the big cowboy of the area. She didn't know anything about it, and he's trying to get her to go out on a date. So there's a little bit, you know, I don't know, I might be able to build on that story something. I gotta stop doing. One of my anxiety habits is to pick at scabs. I've had the scab on my head since the pandemic started, and I can't get rid of it. Oh. Even if it remotely heals, I have to rip the scab off it again. Drives me crazy. I have to give it to you. I don't know if I could write that many romance books because there's so much alike. You know, I mean, how much variation can you? You have to come up with so many variations to make it work. I mean, obviously it works because, I mean, Kennedy Fox has been writing romance novels. Who, I don't know how many they have, and I know there's plenty other romance novelists out there. Jen says, I guess that was my version of self-harm or whatever. I don't think my mom said anything. I remember as a kid, I went to get my hair cut once, and the lady asked me what all the scabs were. Ah, yeah, yeah, it is. It is a version of self-harm. Those women are my heroes. I can't write romance without some paranormal to space it up. Well, that's cool. Oh, somebody else is here. Hi, hi, Amber. I'm sorry. I thought that was Jen, and I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. What is she talking about? You can't write romance without some paranormal to space it up. Cool. I love paranormal stories. I think if anything, I'm not a big romance reader, but if it has paranormal stuff in it, I love it. You've been here just lurking. Oh. Then you heard me mention your name. Probably, because I mentioned that you said something to Charlie about streaming with you on Sundays. Happy New Year, Amber. I guess it's now finally New Year where Charlie was. Good grief. Where did I learn to write? Where did I learn to talk? So yeah, I did see you there. I didn't realize you were here though. Jen says, I am a ghostwriter of romance, so that's my main gig. Yes, she's a ghostwriter. And Jen said, I started with paranormal romance fan fiction back in the day. Interesting. Amber says, I have an hour and a half. Well, we're still going at it. I'm known for my long streams. Jen calls it said to Charlie today, are you pulling a Tessa? I'm like, really now? She was talking about the fact that I stream for 9.5 hours a night. So, okay, Jen's asking if you're Pacific time. I am Eastern time. I'm just a night owl. Amber says, I have been here about 15 minutes. Why? I've been waiting for a video to upload before my daughter takes me away. You're not allowed to be on camera tonight. Well, I don't have anybody to tell me what to do, so I am on camera tonight. And I'm alone, and I wanted somebody to talk to. So, and I like streaming. I enjoy it. I'm so glad I started doing it. It was hard at first, but I love it. I'm an introvert. You wouldn't know it. You wouldn't know it to listen to me now, but I am an introvert. But yeah, Jen, as I was saying about those scabs, that is a form of self-harm for bipolar, and especially, and you know, the other things that we've talked about. And I did research on it to make sure before I wrote the article. And yes, it is definitely a form of self-harm. Scab picking, I pick my skin, I pull the skin off my fingers. If I'm really bad, I'll pull it even all the way down and off my palms. I mean, I get really bad. My anxiety is that bad. Jen said, she said no. Jen said, it's easier here though. This isn't even like a normal Zoom, which I hate. Well, you're going to find out tomorrow. Because Jen is appearing with me tomorrow as a co-host. So we'll see how she likes it and whether she wants to continue doing it for herself. Because she said she would like to try it. So we'll see how that goes, and she'll make up her mind then. Thank God for meds. Yep, thank God for meds is right. And Jen said it's just you and chat. You and chat. I might be the one forbidden to be on camera soon. Yeah, well, your daughter might get jealous. I'm sure you won't be able to do the times like I do. Teenagers. I've got teenage grandchildren now. I'm past the children age. She's actually excited about tomorrow for you. Well, that's good. I'm glad she's not upset about it. I'm glad she's excited for you. Hopefully, if you decide to do your own, she'll still be supportive, because it could take some time away from her. So you might have to limit your time online. And just remember, when you're hosting, it's hard to do a lot of work. So if you have like work to do, you're better off finding a stream and being on the stream as a writer, so you have all the time. Otherwise, it's really, because it's hard sometimes. As you see, sometimes I miss things that are going on in the chat because I'm trying to do my own work, and I have to pay more attention to the chat, what's going on in there. Jen's daughter is 16. Amber said, this is the first year I've had her on this night since she was 5. Splitting custody. Yeah, that was always a bugger. When we were first divorced, splitting the kid. The 2 older ones were older anyhow. They were adults, but my son was still only 12. And it was like holidays, it's like, well, I need to get him on this holiday because this is when my family celebrates, and it was always a pain. Amber says, no, thank God. She has been a competitive gymnast and has spent it at the gym every year. Oh. Oh. Gotcha. Cool. And just know you're good. Her father signed over custody when she was little. You're lucky. I had to fight. My husband, ex-husband, had custody, which I was fine with because he was a boy and I thought he should be with his father. But at 16, he decided he didn't want to be with his father. And his father had custody. And so we had to come to an agreement on our own outside of the courts that he could come live with me. But everything was such a pain because I had to get so much paperwork signed and it had to be notarized, and getting them signed up in school was difficult. So it was rough. So author, this is me. Amber says, I'm in Washington until the summer when I hopefully move back to Texas. Wow. All right, so 2 of you are on the West Coast. I'm in New Jersey. So I'm way past 2021 now. It's 1:38 here. You guys are in the same time zone. Tomorrow, like I said, so it'll be 5 o'clock if you're in Washington. It'll be 5 o'clock your time, 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, my time, 5 o'clock Pacific Time. We're streaming live together. Hopefully we'll have some people come. Most of everything will be over by that time. I figure, that time that people may be out looking for streamers, so hopefully we'll get some people. I've never been on the West Coast. I have no idea. Jen says, yes, come join our stream if you're free and see my first awkward time. Ha ha ha. You're going to be fine. You're going to be fine. Amber says she loves it. The home is Texas. If she's back home in time, she will join us. Well, I hope you are. You can always join us later. I don't know how long Jen plans on streaming for. If she'll do a marathon like we normally do, if she's a co-host or not. She may decide against that. But she can drop out at any time and become part of the chat and do her thing. She doesn't have to co-host all night long if she's tired of doing it. She's not actually worried about it. Better than me, I was terrified. Oh, Lord. The funny thing is, I started out live streaming and I was fine. I had more trouble with the co-hosting than I did with live streaming. That didn't bother me at all. We'll see what happens. I don't expect it to be a major issue. I really don't. I will send you the email with the link. You click on the link and it'll bring you into my StreamYard and we'll go from there. We'll be able to talk up until we actually go live. So we can talk and we can, do whatever and then we can go live. So I'll make sure I send it as early as I can. And then, you know, you just click on it. If I'm here at the time, I'll see you come in and put you up on the screen, and we can talk, and then we'll start the stream. You'll be fine. I'm not worried about you. Actually, I can't wait to meet you. Because you and I have only been talking through chat and with me doing the talking over the live stream. So this way we'll actually get to meet and talk. You plan to not look homeless tomorrow like I do now. That's a good idea. It's not a big deal, but it would be. I mean, I usually wear a t-shirt. Sometimes I have a fancy shirt on. Tonight my shirt's kind of fancy. Sometimes I just wear a plain t-shirt. It really depends. I don't get really, some people get really fancy, you know, they get dressed, get really fancy and everything. I don't do that. I am who I am. Oh, she's even going to shower and everything. Wow. I am honored she's going to shower for me. Not that I'm going to notice, because we're going to be in 2 different states, all the way across the country from each other. It's funny. You want to stream again? You're sitting here gabbing again. I know the lighting will be bad no matter what, but I'll put some makeup on. I don't even do makeup. I don't even own makeup. No makeup for me. Yeah, let's just say, let's sprint. You'll be able to tell when my hair is decent. Yeah, let's sprint again. I'm still working on chapters, which I figure is a waste of time, and then I'm going to work on my questions for my beta readers, and then I need to finish gathering all my beta readers together and make a document for each of them so that nobody's sharing the same document. They can actually write whatever they have to on the document. Then comes the hard part of going through each and every one of those documents and trying to decide if I want to change something or if I'm not going to change something, fix the mistakes that they actually see. That's probably going to be a really tricky part. So yes, let's sprint. All right, let's see here. We do the Forest app if you're still here. Oh, I'm not sure if Amber's still here. If you're still here, Amber, we're doing the Forest app. If you wish to join us, the code is on the screen. You do not have to. It is not a requirement. And a lot of people like to do it. So we provide it. Oh, okay, you are here. I guess so. I don't even know why I look at that StreamYard account. It really screws me up sometimes. So if you want to join, you can. You picked the wisteria this time? That's my favorite tree. I love the wisteria. Cool. That's what I set it for when I go to bed every night, for the wisteria tree. I have tons of wisteria tree in my bars because I love them. Okay. You have until I finished setting the timer and she gets ready to click it if you want to join. Oh, you forgot about that one. Yes, it's very pretty. I love it. I set that one every night to go to bed with. That's my good night tree. My wisteria. I love it. Okay. Set the timer. Okay. Great. Oh, there. She's in. All right. 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, it's my 180 minutes tree. Every night, at least once, if not twice. Sometimes twice, because if I wake up and it's done, I'll set it again. All right, I'm going to mute myself. I'll probably forget again. Alrighty. How did we do? I've got to switch the banner. We're actually on this. I think we're on the 6th sprint. So I finished all the chapter numbers. I think they all have names the way I'm naming them. They all have that. They all have numbers. They all match up now. I went through the entire stupid document and checked every single one of them. Jennifer. Sorry, Jen. Called you Jennifer. Sometimes my brain doesn't work. Hi, Devin. Didn't see you sneak in. Happy New Year. Jen got 813. She needs to clear 1,000. So close. Is that 1,000 to finish what you're doing, or just 1,000 because you want to hit 1,000? I opened my package from Staples, so I got more stickers for my planner. I hope I like these stickers. They're so hard to tell when you're ordering them. You order this book of stickers, you have no idea what's in them. Hopefully this is something I can use. Looks like there's animals, banners. Hopefully that means they're in the book. I don't particularly care for the people too much. Not really. I don't really need, I don't know. Some people use people in theirs. Okay. Oh God, no. You're not done. You just want to write 1,000 during a sprint to feel more like myself. I can get you there. I understand that. I can sometimes get to that point. If I can turn off the internal editor and I have a story to write, something in my mind, then I can actually, type. And if I put my keyboard in a better spot right now, it's in a really awkward position. Because I got so much junk here, I can't put my keyboard. But yes, 813 is still very good. I agree with Devin. Jen says it is starting to sound like a war zone here. Oh, Joy. Is it almost time? Let's see, what? 3 o'clock for you? Well, I mean, it's 3 o'clock. It's going on 3 o'clock for me, so it would be 12 o'clock for you with 3. So you got, what, 20 more minutes till the clock strikes 12 where you're at, right? It's quiet, all quiet on the Eastern Front now. They finally shut up. $40, but one of my neighbors loves his fireworks. Oh, you know what? 40 minutes. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. I'm not good with I'm not very good with clocks. I can't. If I don't have a digital clock to tell me exactly what time it is, I get confused with the 20 afters and the 20 elves, and that's what I just did there. I switched them. You're right, 40 minutes. I'm all right. I do that all the time, though. It's clock reading is something I struggle with all the time. So I like digital clocks that tell me exactly what time it is. And I still screwed it up. I mean, I read 2:20, but when I tried to do the subtraction to get the time, I screwed it up. I'm nuts. Can't help it. It's just the way it is. I'm still waiting on another package. It was said, they told me it was going to be here on the 30th, and it's not here yet. And it had candy in it, and I want that candy. I have a smartwatch. I refuse to use anything but a digital watch face. Oh, I hate regular clocks trying to tell what time it is. Because then I have to I have to look at it, and I have to translate it into what time it is. Digital is so much easier. But then I do stupid things like that. When I tried to figure out how much time was left till it turned 3 o'clock, I did it wrong. I got it switched backwards. Well, here they kept it up for at least a half an hour, 45 minutes, and then it slowed down. But that was afterwards. I mean, before that, it was going on for hours beforehand. Then afterwards, it took about 45 minutes for them to stop. So all my chapters are now done. So now it's time to select the questions I want to put on my Google Docs for beta readers. I gotta check my email again and see if anybody else sent me an email saying they wanted to do beta reading. I didn't see anything in Instagram. Because there was nothing there. Where else? I'll have to check my blog, see if anybody left a message on my blog, and see if anybody left a message on any of any of my videos. You have a frat house around the corner, and I'm sure they're up to no good. Oh, I'm sure. For a while there, we lived in a college town. Crazy. My ex-husband grew up in a college town. And so we lived there for a while, not in his mom's house, but we lived in the same town for a while after we got married, before he went in the military, Marine Corps, and we went down North Carolina. But college town, and she took in college students to make money. She rented rooms out to college students to make ends meet, because she was a teacher, student. She did speech language, speech, whatever the heck they're called, speech pathologist or something like that. Was she a pathologist? No. I think, she may have been. I don't remember. Amber's video. Oh, was it Amber doing it now? So she said she had to leave, but I didn't know why. So she's streaming now. Okay. He goes under author, B period, A period, Passport. Mr. P. Amber hosts sprints on Sundays. Oh, so that's her Sunday sprint, not the one now? Not now? She's not. I'm confused. I remember saying something about Sundays and Charlie's sprint when I peeked in over there. But then you posted the video, so I wasn't sure if you're posting it for now. If she was doing it now, or oh, that's right. I can't click on the link in here. I have to go into my actual. Be prepared for sound. Because I have to. That's not the one I wanted. Oh, I'm already muted, so it's not going to. Okay. It's not going to get loud. So I can go. I can click on the link in here. I can't click in StreamYard. When did she stream earlier? I'm confused. The date is earlier for what you just sent, anyhow. Hi, Maddie. Nice to meet you and Happy New Year. Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's a video some type. I'll have to check it out later too. So hi, Maddie. Welcome to my channel. Oh, the video she posted while she was in. That's right, she was working on one, wasn't it? Yeah, it's not a live stream. Okay, got it. All right, I've got it pulled up, so I have to check it out later. Yeah, we're still spreading, Maddie. So nice to meet you. Just to let you know, we sprint for 30 minutes at a time, and we also do the forest app. If you are into the forest app, Jen will post a room for the forest app. If you have that, you don't have to join it. It's just something that we do. And some people like to join in. We just finished up, I think it's the 6th sprint. We've been chatting in between here, so probably would have done a whole lot more. I've been actually live streaming for 7 hours. So you would think I'd have a lot more sprints done, but we've been doing a lot of talking too. So when Jen is ready to post another tree, we will start another sprint. there's the code for the Forest app if you're into that. Oh, what are they called? Weeping Willow, I think that's a Weeping Willow tree, I think. Or it looks sort of like one. I hope 30 minutes is okay with you, Maddie, because if not, tell me now and we'll change the time. But we usually do 30-minute sprints. But I am up to changing it if you're not up to a 30-minute sprint. Some people don't like long ones. So I always ask the new people their preferences. So if 30 is not okay, let me know before I start the timer. Okay, 30 minutes is fine with you. All right, great. All right. I'm going to go ahead and set the timer for 30 minutes. And we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And since I talk to myself, I have to mute myself. I managed to talk to myself and not realize it. Then I also forget to unmute myself. So if you notice me talking but you can't hear me, put mute or something in the... Jen usually notices when I'm talking and nothing's coming out. I forget to unmute sometimes. Oh, sorry, I was reading it again. I know I do that all the time. Sorry about the timer taking so long. I was in the middle typing something and I went off and I had a quick finish what I was doing before I turned it off. Welcome, Renee. Happy New Year. I will be streaming, I assume, at least a couple more hours, maybe longer. It's only 3 o'clock where I'm at, and I'm a night owl. So I figure a couple more hours at least. 2022. Devin, don't tempt me. I might just decide to try that sometime. Just set it on right. StreamYard would probably kick me off and say, okay, enough is enough now, and you don't pay us enough money for this. I get my money's worth. I pay monthly, but I stream for at least 6 to 9.5 hours each time I stream. One of these times, maybe longer. Tonight, we're at 7.5 hours so far. I'm still planning at least a couple more hours. So, definitely Happy New Year, Renee. And you're welcome to stream with us. We are doing the Forest app if you're interested. You don't have to. Just we do the Forest app. So the code will be up there if you want to join. We're doing 30-minute sprints. If you have a strong, feeling against 30-minute sprints and want them shorter, let me know. We usually do 30, but it can be shortened. But I won't go less than 15 at the very least. I prefer 20 to 25 at the very least, because by 10-15 minutes, I'm just getting into it when the timer goes off. So I prefer longer ones, but if you don't like 30 minutes, feel free to let me know. Let's see. Jen says she's got 690, but she watched the ball drop. Okay. So it did drop this year. I didn't even bother putting the TV on. I had no idea. Maddie says, I'm handwriting, so I don't know how many words I have. Yeah, that can be hard, counting all those words that you've handwritten. I hate handwriting. I only did it when I was in the hospital because I didn't have a computer. I really hated it. So don't worry about it. Like Jen says, any progress is good. And as long as you're getting progress, if it's handwriting, it doesn't matter. Progress is progress. I don't think anybody else is in here. Devin's just being funny. Being his usual Devin. We won't be streaming to 2022. I mean, in 2022, I might be streaming at that point, but that'll be much, much, much later in the future. I'm writing out my questions for. You just figured out he has sarcasm? Devin likes to do, like 50-hour sprints. I am surprised he hasn't even said something like that. Then again, he said we're going to be sprinting until 2022, so that definitely fits that category. I'm writing the questions for my beta readers to put in my documents when I get ready to send them out. Jen says, I love sarcasm so much it makes life fun. My A doesn't always get sarcasm. She's from Bulgaria and English is not her first language. And we have some pretty weird conversations. Either I'm trying to joke or she's trying to joke and it just falls flat because it just doesn't work. So some of our conversations are pretty strange. She was going all kinds of crazy the other day about, I was telling her I can't publish my book. And she's like, sure you can. And don't let people read your story. They'll steal it. I'm like, that happens so seldom. It doesn't happen that often that somebody steals somebody's book. Devin won it 1 second sprints yesterday. Or maybe it was 1 minute, 1 second. I forget how he put, yeah, it may have been 1 minute, 1 second. And then somebody said 0. And it's like, you guys are crazy. He convinced one stream host to do a 14-second sprint. Are you serious? I may be naive, but I am not that naive that I would fall for a 14-second sprint. And I wouldn't do it. I mean, that's just plain annoying to everybody. And I'm trying not to annoy people. I'm not trying to annoy them. Okay. So, if we're ready, Jen can do her magic tree. I'm getting used to a new phone and it has a face ID. I have to hold the phone from my face so it'll let me in it. Devin said yes, it was months ago. Maddie says, what? Devin's a cut up. Devin likes to be funny. He likes to be sarcastic. If people ask how long they want sprints to be, he's liable to tell you like he did there, 2022. You know, so that's Devin. That's Devin for you. Let me change this banner. I got it on 6. Let me change it to 7. I don't know which one we're on now, but I'm changing it from 6 to 7. All right. The tree is there. If anybody would like to join, the code is in the chat right now. That's a different one. I don't think I've seen that one before. Come back tomorrow, Devin. We'll have fun. You'll have 2 of us. Because Jen is going to be on with me live. So she'll be able to talk to you back. Not just type something. She'll actually be able to talk to you. I am super sarcastic when it's comfortable to be that way. I get a little harsh at work, though. Well, hopefully you won't be harsh tomorrow. You can be sarcastic, but not harsh. Devin says I have it in tomorrow's playlist. Yay! So people should know about it. Hopefully we'll have people come tomorrow. It's Jen's first time, breaking her in her first live stream. Okay. Well, let's get this sprint on because I'm busy putting questions together for my beta readers. So I'm going to set the timer 30 minutes since nobody said anything. I'm going to start it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. And I am Jen says, I will. You don't know the people that I work with. They're difficult. I am going to get coffee at midnight. Isn't it midnight now? I know my math isn't perfect, but it seems to me it's 12:15 where you're at. Isn't it? You said you watched the ball drop. I'm a little confused. That's nothing new. I'm always confused. All right. I'm going to mute myself. Hopefully I'll remember this time to unmute myself, unlike last time. Yeah, it's almost 3:30 here, too. I'm on the East Coast. Jen's on the West Coast. Okay. I will see you all in 28 minutes. Bye, Maddie. Hope you have a happy new year. Welcome back anytime. See you later. Okay. Still working on questions for beta readers. Maybe a lot of questions, but nobody else to answer all of them or any of them if they might want to. Won't help me much if they don't answer them. I don't know if we got too many questions or not. Maddie left. Said goodbye. Hopefully she saw that before she left. How'd everybody do? Jen says, ugh, 620. I got up a few times. Hi, Helene. Happy New Year. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. We just finished the sprint. We will be doing another one soon. I'm sorry, Helene. I'm not sure I understand. You're saying you're blind? Or did I miss something? Oh, I read that wrong. I'm sorry. Obviously, I'm blind too. Oh, I didn't read it. I thought, I don't know. Let's start over again. Hi, welcome, Helene. We're glad to have you here. It's early in the morning, so we've been going at this for 8.5 hours. So we're a little wonky right now. So we use the Forest app if that's something that you do. Look for the code in the chat and you can join us in the Forest app. I know it's on the floor for me. Thank you, Jen. I was tired earlier, but now we're past that point. If I'd gone to bed then, I probably would have gone to sleep. But right now, I'm awake. So the Forest app code will be in the chat if you'd like to join us in the Forest app. You do not have to. It's there if you want to. We're currently sprinting at 30 minutes. He made a huge cup of coffee to keep going. Okay, Jen. We're currently sprinting at 30 minutes. If 30 minutes is more than you wish to sprint for, put your time that you prefer. I don't do 10 or 15 minute sprints though. They're just too small. Anywhere from 20 to 30 is fine. And we don't listen to Devin because he's crazy. He puts all kinds of crazy things in there. Oh, okay. It's almost 10 a.m. here, so you had a good night's sleep. Well, that's good. I'm running on, I don't know what I'm running on. It's almost 4 a.m. where I am. Jan is in Pennsylvania, in California, so she's 3 hours behind me. So it's going on 1 o'clock for her, 1 a.m. for her. I'm not sure if anybody else is in here still or not. Hard to say. So you're probably the most awake person in here. The rest of us are running on fumes. I'm currently writing up the questions for my beta readers. I'm looking for beta readers for a thriller suspense mystery story. And so I need the questions. I got the story pretty much done. I know it's got work it needs, I'm sure. I really doubt it's perfect. I used to think I was perfect, but I found out I was wrong about that. So I'm looking for beta readers right now. Anyone interested is invited to either send me a direct message in Instagram at Tessa Writes Fulltime, or my email is in the description. Send me an email, beta reader, in the comment section. You know, I guess it's the comment thing, memo, whatever you call it. Put beta reader and your email address, and I'll send, when it's ready, I will send a document. It'll be a Google Doc. Jen says, I suppose I should wish you a happy new year. Yeah, you should. I think I did that already. I've been doing that all night. I feel like a broken record. Everybody that comes in, hi, happy new year. Yeah, I already said it. You're fine. I'm guessing she's on the other side of the pond. Ah, Germany. Really on the other far. She's on the far side of the pond. Germany. My son wants to go to Germany so bad. It's like, I want to go live there. I said, you don't even know what it's like. You should visit it before you decide you want to go live there. He's got it in his head that since we got German in us, that you should go to Germany and live. His son gets crazy ideas sometimes. I think you should visit first before you make that decision. We have a lot of German in us, so especially on my son's side. Well, like my son, because of my ex-husband, they were half German and half Swedish. So there's a lot of German between his side and my side. He's got a lot of German in him, and he's like hooked on Germany. Everything Germany. I'm shoveling popcorn in my face. Sorry. Yeah, he he's really into German. Anything German. I remember I had some china, and I was surprised. I didn't think he'd take it. I didn't think he was interested, but because it was made in Germany. He took it. He said, "Yeah, I want that." And the girl he was living with, her baby broke a bunch of the china. He was like really upset. So it's like I said, he's got this thing about Germany. He's like, I'm a German. I want to, celebrate everything German. I want to live there. I'm like, okay. He hasn't been there. I don't know if I'll ever get there, but he hasn't said much lately about Germany. I don't talk to him much. He's in another state from me right now. But he got a tattoo that had to do with something to do with Germany. And so, yeah, he decided that his German roots are very important to him. There's a lot of other stuff in us besides German, but he hooked on the German and decided. And some of the music he listens to, it's really wild. It's real guttural. It's not that it's bad. I mean, it's kind of interesting. It's a different kind of music. Okay. Well, I would assume that Helene would like to start sprinting. So we should set up another sprint. We have a lot of Scottish in us too. I would love to see Scotland because I like Scotland. Scotland because I like castles. I love castles. All right. There's the forest code if you're interested. Okay. I have no more popcorn. I'm a popcorn. And I didn't order any. And I didn't buy it at the store. I have no more popcorn. All right. I'm going to start the timer. 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. All right. That's another one done. How'd everybody do? I'm still getting my questions together for my beta readers. I did a lot of research and I went to a lot of sites and I got a lot of questions and putting them in there, and I'll put a note on there that, which is not required that you um, answer every question, but if you could answer as many as possible, it would be helpful to me. Especially as this is my first novel. And so I'm still putting that together. Let's see. Jen did 778. Still a good number, but I know it's not the 1,000 you want. Maybe one of these days you'll hit it. Helene's. See. Helene says, I'm currently editing my novel and got 3 pages edited and did a good bit of research this sprint. That's very good. I mean, just finishing up my edit, and like I said, I'm getting ready to do my requests. I got a couple beta readers, but I want to see if I can get a few more. The one thing they say on there is that you should try to get beta readers that aren't writers. Well, that's kind of hard because the only people I know are writers. So it's hard for me to find somebody except my best friend. And I might ask her to read it and see what she says. I know she reads thrillers, suspense, mystery. That's what it is. And she's not a writer. She's a teacher. She's very blunt. She'll tell me exactly what she thinks, which it might hurt a little bit, but I really want to know what's, and she does a lot of reading in this genre, so I think she would be a good person. So I have to ask her if she's willing, and then I have to figure out how I can get it to her, since there's no way she'll meet me in person with what's going on. So that's what I'm doing right now. So yeah, editing is rough. And yeah, I did a lot of research. I better do a check and make sure I found all the bracketed areas and fixed them. Because I tried to read through the story, and you know what, I just thought about that. I better do a find and see if there's any brackets left in there that I missed. Because I've read it so many times that you kind of gloss over things eventually. So the first part of this has been edited, really, 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 really edited. And the second half, I got like, all right, I'm tired of reading now. So I edited as much as I could. And then I said, I just want to get other people's opinion because I'm a little confused. Jen says, perfect to Helene. Jen says, I like the story, though. That's good. And it's definitely good. If you don't like the story, it's certainly harder to write, isn't it? Jen asks Helene, what is your novel about? As I said, I'm writing a novel / mystery / suspense story. First novel for me. I'm a short story writer. I'm a blogger. And I write short stories and poetry. This is my first novel. It's 52,000 words. So it's not a super long novel, but it is still considered a novel. I looked several places and they all say that that's still considered a novel. Okay, Helene says, It's a fantasy story about the four elements. So pretty basic, but it's also my first novel. Okay, well, we have that in common then. Because the one I'm doing is my first novel. I have written other things, like, I don't know if you get involved in NaNoWriMo, National Novel Writing Month, or not. I do that every year, 3 times a year, but I've never gotten anything out of it that I felt really attached to and wanted to continue. And this time I got involved, and I really am really happy to be writing this. I really want to get this. Now, the only difference is I'm not publishing it for other, like I can't publish it because I'm in a position financially that I cannot publish it. I am going to post it on my blog. So I'm going to publish it to my blog, and then I plan on reading it out loud in videos on my channel when the time comes that I feel that it's ready. But obviously it still has to go through beta readers before I can, because I've never written a novel and I never really read craft books. So, I don't have a lot of knowledge about what I'm doing. It's just writing. So Jen says, oh, I like that. Jen says, I published my first one this last year. Helene said, that's so great. Publishing a book has been my life goal since I was 5 years old. Wow. I started writing that I remember when I was in the 8th grade. My mother kept some of my stuff. I don't know if I wrote younger than that or not, but that's the first stuff she has of me, is it in 8th grade. And I love writing, and I went through a very traumatic experience as a teenager where, all my teachers told me I was a great writer. I was taking a creative writing course. They told me, that my writing was good. And as a teenager, I had self-esteem issues, and I sent the story out. And when I got that rejection notice, it ruined me. And I took it really hard. And so 40, 45, maybe 50 years, I wouldn't write. I just stopped writing. And approximately 10 years ago, I started writing again. I posted my first blog story, which was very hard. I sat there and just looked at it for the longest time. And I'm like, I can't hit this button to publish. But I did finally publish it, and it went over well. And I have 3 blogs, lots of followers. People like my work, so that's short stories and stuff, though. Now, this is a little different. It's a novel. Jen said, it took me so many years to be brave enough to do it. It's a great feeling. I can understand that. Jen said, I found a report card from 6th grade, and the teacher left a note on it telling me that she hoped I publish someday. That's cool. I knew my teacher, I was, I don't know what, 17 maybe or so. And I was taking the course in high school. And they kept telling me what a wonderful job I was doing. And that I could write. And like I said, all that caused me to send a story, and that got rejection notice, and I just took it the wrong way. Really took it hard. So I feel differently now, and I understand that even people like Stephen King and Nora Roberts and other big authors have had rejection notices. It's not anything new. So, you know, I finally got over it, but I lost a lot of years of writing because of that stupid thing. Helene says, that's so cool. I used to have teachers that were really unsupportive and told me that writing wasn't a job, but I just never listened to them. That's good. I'm glad you didn't listen to them. Do you write full time or do you have to work and write on the side? I know Jen's working a full-time job, hoping to one day be able to be a full-time writer. I'm currently disabled, so I write full-time. I have all the time in the world. I don't work. But I know working a job, a regular job, can be hard in addition to trying to write. Thank you, Dan. I'm going to keep writing. Even if every one of these beta readers tell me it sucks. The one who read the first half told me it's a great story so far. So I already have somebody's opinion on half my story. So I need to keep writing. I know that. Jen says people make it work now with self-publishing and everything. Oh yeah, there's a lot more available than when I'm 64, so there's a lot more available than when I was younger. Jen says, all of you keep writing. Helene says, I'm still in school now, so I can't do it full time, but I still have a good amount of time next to school. Oh, okay. You're in school too. School, full-time job, both can make it difficult to write time-wise. You got people probably look at these questions and go, oh my God, you gotta be kidding me. But none of the questions, I mean, I'm going to put on there that they're not required. They would be nice if they could fill out as many as possible, but certainly not required. Jen says she is so jealous of the younger people that have the opportunities provided now. I'm kind of jealous as well. I wish I had gone to college. College was out of the question for me unless I got a full scholarship. And with my self-esteem issues, and I have a problem taking tests. If I fail, failure is a big thing for me. Don't even say the word failure to me when I'm trying to take a test. I did take a technical school course, but it was in computers. And we had, of course, a test to get in, and it was computer writing programs and doing web design. And I was doing the tests, and I am a smart person. I'm an actually intelligent person. But the teacher said, you have 5 minutes to answer 5 questions or you fail. And that was the worst thing to say because my mind latched on that fail, and I was stuck. I tried and I just couldn't do it. It was horrible. And so I didn't pass. And my daughter, who's an average student, passed. And I'm like, I was horrified. Again, another like history repeating itself kind of thing. And I'm like, I'm a straight A student. I don't understand. But I knew what happened is the way she put that, and she used the word fail. And I'm not a good test taker to begin with, and she just totally freaked me out. So they said, don't worry about it. You can you have a tutor and retake the test. So I get in there with the tutor, and I'm sitting there, and she's like, I don't understand. She says, you're answering all these questions. You have absolutely no problem with these questions. And so I explained to her what happened. She says, okay, we're going to make it so that you pass this test and that you do better. So with her help, we went over every part of the test, not just the part I failed. And when I took the test, the person comes to me and they said, I don't understand this. I said, how could you have failed? You just got the highest score this school has ever had. And so again, I explained the thing with the fail. What fail does to me. Don't say fail to me. You just freak me out. So of course I went to the school and graduated top of my class. Jen says, I was over the moon when I realized I could post things online on sites. Jen says, some people just don't test well. I'm not great at it. I do not test well either. And it's not because I'm stupid. I happen to be quite intelligent. I have a high IQ. But on that test, I came out looking like stupid. And they were so condescending. Oh, we'll give you a tutor, and and you just have to pass by a little bit more. And they were really, And then they're like shocked when I like got the highest score they ever had. And they're like, I don't understand. Tried to explain it to them. Jen says, I'll probably never promote at work because of the complicated test, but I'm okay with that now. I have been promoted at work, and I didn't have to take a test. They just promoted me on, what I was doing. And then they tried to take it away from me. And I came out of that room, and I was furious, and I slammed my whatever on my desk, slammed it. My boss is like, what is wrong? And I told him what just happened. I said, they're trying to take my job away and put me back on that stupid job I started at, which was just photocopying and binding books. And he's like, you're kidding me. I said, I'm not kidding. Because she can't find somebody to do this job, she's going to make me go back and do it. He goes, oh, no, she's not. And he went in and talked to them, and so it didn't happen. They were going to take my promotion away. I couldn't believe it. Helene says, one guy in my grade is so intelligent and knows more than anyone I know, but he always fails in tests. It's just so crazy to me. It's not crazy to me. I understand it. Really understand it. I am very intelligent, but I come off with tests is not very well. And I managed to make it through and once I got past that, I learned everything. I learned how to write programs and learned how to design websites. And we hand wrote the websites, not like they do now where they put it in a program and they just type what they want. It comes up. We hand coded every one of our websites, my daughter and I. We designed a few of them, but we didn't continue on because neither one of us are salespeople, so we couldn't sell ourselves, and she was busy with other things and didn't have the time, and So it just, we didn't end up continuing on, but I'm not stupid. I'm really not stupid, but they made me feel stupid. Okay. Now that we're done talking about how I was made to feel stupid, and I'm not stupid. Did you want to do another sprint? We're coming up on 9.5 hours, but I'm not tired. So I am quite happy to continue on. Chen says, of course you're not. It just adds a lot of pressure to you. Yes, it does. And I didn't appreciate being made to feel stupid. When I know darn well I'm not stupid. I know I have a high IQ. I know that when I was, younger, I passed every one of those tests they gave in school at the very top, whatever score it was, that's what I hit. I know my SATs were high. I'm not stupid, but they sure made me feel that way. Alrighty, that answers my question. She's got the room ready. There's the code if anybody would like to join us. Let's see here. 6. What is that, a banana tree? I haven't seen this one before, but it kind of reminds me of bananas, of what I can see of it. Strange. All right, guys. Let me set the timer. I'm going to go 30 minutes in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Okie dokie. All right. Okay, bananas. I do have glasses on, but I wasn't sure. Definitely wasn't sure. I'm going to go tree shopping soon. I have almost 2,000 points. Almost 2,000 points. So I can buy a few more trees, depending on how expensive, of course, they are, to add to my collection. All right. Time to mute. it again. Unmute it. Okay. So I hate to mute myself. I can't remember to unmute it. I think I got most of the questions. I got more than what they said. But I was trying to get a good selection of things that would help me with my writing. And I'm going to put on there that obviously they don't have to answer all the questions, but if they could answer some of them, the ones that they actually, you know, can relate to, would certainly help me. So now I can start putting together some Google Docs and send them out to people. Okay, so Jen got 803, another good word amount. And Helene edited 5 pages. And that's good. You know, some people take a long time editing and other people move through it rapidly. I'm not sure if I'm doing it wrong or not. I mean, I edit just what I see that's wrong. I don't know what else to do about editing. I know there's a protocol to follow when you're editing. I know your character's cut naughty fast. Well, we know where your mind's at right now. Sounds funny. They got naughty fast. I wonder how long you're supposed to wait before they get naughty. I haven't read a romance story in so long. It isn't funny. Tallulah, hi, hello, and Happy New Year. Tallulah says, hello, I'm not writing today, but thought I'd join while researching school. That's certainly fine. You can do whatever you want on your sprinting time. And researching school sounds like an important thing. Let's see. So Jen says, hi, Tallulah. And then she said, this client gave me no rules. Well, I would guess that's good if you have no rules. You can do whatever you want. It's got to be easier than if you have specific things that you must or must not do. So that's cool. But you just, then she says it's just going to cause problems later. Why you think they're going to not like it and make you rewrite everything all over again? That the kind of problems you mean? Helene says, my book is just a complete mess right now because I decided to do some plot twists and character changes during the editing process. Oh, I can understand that. I changed every single one of my characters' names during the editing process. We'll talk about confusing. That's what I did. Changed all their names. All of them. Even the, the small characters that you mentioned maybe once. I changed everybody's name. So, yeah, it can be And I rewrote the whole book because this is not the original story. I actually rewrote the whole thing. So I had a lot of stuff I was like, I copied the document over and then I started deleting out what I definitely didn't want. And then I had to start putting things in that I was adding to change the story because I was changing the storyline. And then I had things out of order. And then I didn't delete everything I thought I did. And I hope I've got everything now, but then again, that's one of the things beta readers will hopefully pick up on if I did skip something. It's not easy, definitely. Jen says, the joy of editing, Helene. Jen says, no, I meant for the characters. Oh, it's just going to cause problems later for the characters. Okay. They'll still go through the push and pull. And Jen said, I think the client will like it. If she hasn't said it, she's a ghostwriter. Helene, if you're wondering, Jen's a ghostwriter, and she writes romance stories for people. The best part about writing romance is the angst. I have to read some more romance again because I haven't read any in so long because I was just so upset about the whole thing of the fairy tale. You know, it's a fairy tale, and basically that's what it is. And I wanted it to be real life, and my life wasn't like that. Kind of depressed me. My therapist had told me to stop reading romance stories because I was doing myself a big disservice by doing that. I was really upsetting myself more than I needed to be, and she said I got to stop it because they're just fairy stories. They're not real life. It doesn't happen in real life. Jen says, oh yeah, I should point that out. Yeah, I don't think you tell most people, but I don't think you mentioned it to Helene that you're a ghostwriter. I can see that everyone does the right thing in them at the right time for the most part. I'm thinking about maybe branching out into romance, but it's not something I have definitely decided. I want to read a couple books on it. I got a couple books on writing romance stories. And see if it's really something I'm interested in. I had a hard time reading them, so I'm not sure if I can write them. Or I might make them too darn depressing. Like, I know this isn't the way real life is and all that stuff. Oh boy. Jen says that's not real life, and I appreciate an unhappy ending from time to time. So do some of your stories have unhappy endings? I mean, most of the time the books I read have happy endings, and that's where I had a hard time, was the happy ending and the fact that it wasn't real life. Colleen says, I think I will have to leave now to make lunch. It was a nice time with you guys. Bye. Well, thanks for joining us, Helene. We enjoyed having you here. Jen and I are streaming together tomorrow night. It's 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, which is in the middle of the night probably for you. But we don't know how long we'll be streaming for, so we might still be around. You can always look us up if you're available tomorrow or not doing anything. Jen said it's an escape from real life, right? That's what it's supposed to be, but for me, I took it way too serious to the point that it really, really upset me. And it was getting so crazy. My therapist is like, you gotta stop reading romance stories because this is not good. Jan said, well, my editor did order me to change the ending of my novel. Are we talking about the one you wrote that you published, or are you talking about, since you said editor, I gather you mean the one you published? And Jen says, bye, Helene. I have read very few books that ended unhappily, but there are some out there. There definitely are some out there. It's not common, certainly. Most stories end happily, or at least mostly happily for somebody. Maybe not everybody in the book. So it was so bleak. I mean, sometimes I don't know, do I want to read a story that ends unhappily? Or do I want to read a story that ends happily? Either way, they depress me. I'm not really sure about that, to tell you the truth. Jen said, people prefer the happy ending in romance to enjoy the escape, I suppose. I'm sure that if you asked 1,000 people, that 99.999, whatever, I'm not good with numbers, math, would prefer to read a happy ending. There's probably not that many out there that don't want a happy ending. I've read stories where the bad guy I felt sorry for, that I actually was rooting for the bad guy. I've read a few of those where it's, rooting for the bad guy. I guess probably not normal, but there were a lot of them. It's like, I just felt so bad. I wanted the bad guy to actually be the good guy, to actually win. And there were a few stories I've read where that actually happened. Certainly not normal. Jen says, I think that's a sign of a good writer. But I also like the fact that not all of them are happy endings sometimes. Or it's a happy ending, but it's the bad guy. I don't know if you've read any of them where there's been a bad guy and you actually root for them. You're yawning. Yeah, it is getting late. Well, I passed my record. It's now 10 hours and 10 minutes. So I have now broken my record. We've been streaming for 10 hours and 10 minutes. And you were there almost from the beginning, so you've been streaming that long as well. I just have to remember tomorrow that you and I, which means I better set my, yeah, Charlie and I were in a race today. I beat him. I think he was 8 hours, something like that. A little over 8 hours. I think I beat him. I should set my, all right, come on here. Set my timer. Alarm clock to make sure I don't oversleep since I'm going to bed so late. I don't want to oversleep and miss our. Oh, that's true. I won't. That's true. I forgot. My aide comes tomorrow, so she'll be waking me up. I don't know when, but she'll be waking me up. I just have to make sure, set an alarm in case I fall asleep to go off to make sure I wake up, and then she'll call me whenever she gets up, because she's having a party tonight. She is totally, she doesn't care. Her whole family's sick with COVID. Her father was in the hospital very sick with COVID, and yet she insists on having parties. And for every holiday, and I can't convince her that it's not a good idea. But if she brings me COVID, I am going to be very unhappy, because she's just so intent on having all these parties, large groups of parties. You're not supposed to do that. And her whole family's sick with COVID. You think that she would think more. Oh, Tallulah has to go too. Okay. Nice seeing you. Happy New Year. You're welcome. Hopefully you got something out of it. I can't convince her. So she better not bring me COVID. That's all I got to say. You would think somebody whose whole family is sick, and her father was so sick he was in a hospital and really sick. The funny thing she said, though, was, she goes, my father's in a hospital and he's complaining because there's no window in his room. And she said, we had to tell him, Dad, be glad you've got a room. There are people out in the hallways. There are people out in the parking lot. They don't have rooms. So you may not have a window. Be glad you at least have a room. Which is very true. Okay, so I have a timer set, so I won't forget in case she doesn't call and wake me up. She's supposed to come tomorrow, though, which means she'll probably, hopefully she'll sleep late if she's partying tonight and not want to come too early in the morning. I would be scared to be around her too. I am scared to be around her, and I have tried to tell her, and she does not get it. She said nobody's going to tell her she can't have a party. And I'm like, you know, they were arresting people for doing that. They call them COVID parties. Says, no one can tell me what I can do. I'm like, oh, yes, they can. She comes from Bulgaria. Like I said, English is not her first language. But I think I made it pretty clear that what she's doing is very wrong. But she seems to think that she can do whatever she wants because she's not in Bulgaria anymore and we're the land of the free. It doesn't mean you can do whatever the hell you want. Okay, so Jen is see. I'll jump on around 4:30 and keep checking the email. Does that work? Yes. So that's fine. I just need to open it up and it will give me a code and I can send it to you. And I believe I can leave it open. Let's see, 4:30 my time or 4:30? 4:30 you're talking about 4:30 your time, right? You're talking 7:30 my time, if I'm not mistaken. Do I understand you right? Make sure I understand you right. So you're going to jump on around 4:30 your time, which would be 7:30 my time. And we're streaming at 8 my time. And okay, yeah. I just wanted to make sure I understood what you meant. 7:30 my time. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's normal. We always think of our own time zones. Charlie does that a lot too. We get things confused because he forgets that some of us are in different. She forgets that some of us are in different time zones. And I think it's normal. Anyhow, for everybody to just assume that everybody else is in your time zone. But I wanted to make sure I had that right. So around 7:30, you will be looking for the link. So I will sign on, get the link, and send it to your email. And where did I write that down at? Oh, I think did you give it to me in my Instagram? I think it might be in my Instagram. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Yeah, I have your email. So I will send it to you. And as soon as you get the link, you can click on it. And then, like I said, there's time beforehand that we can actually just talk before we have to stream. You don't have to rush like crazy at the last minute. Or like Courtney forgot the other day to show up for the live stream with Brooke. uh, and they had the next one I think the following week. And she's like, you better not forget again. She was waiting, and waiting, and she didn't show up. Okay, so I guess it's time. I have medicines I have to take before I can go to bed. So you say you're yawning, so I guess it's it's a good time. Let me get back on my stream. Uh-oh, which one is that? Is that one? That's the one. How do I get two on here? I got two opens. I'm glad you're excited. It's going to be fun. Hopefully people are showing up. We've told enough people now. Hopefully people will show up. So we'll see. I send the thing out on Instagram. It's set up to go out 2 hours before to let people know. And then we've told a lot of people. So hopefully, and of course it shows up on YouTube. I'm sure it's showing up. I can't see it because it's mine, but it should show up on there. So, yeah, the sun will be coming up for me now soon. Yeah, it's 1 on 6 o'clock. I'm going to take my medications. I'll probably fall asleep in the chair while I'm taking them. Wouldn't be the first time. Sometimes the chair can be comfortable. Sometimes it's uncomfortable. It really depends on how I'm sitting in it. Now how bad my back is. Okay, so I'm going to go get some sleep, hopefully, before my age shows up. What is tomorrow? I have to take a shower. I hate showers. Trying to climb in the bathtub is like it's a pain on its own. Okay, so I'll see you tomorrow. Have a happy new year. Good night. Bye. Yep, you sleep well too. I'll see you tomorrow.